Welcome back to the Flutter crash course for absolute beginner in deep dive. I'm Chandu and I am super excited to be an instructor of this course. I designed this course just for absolute beginner who don't know what is Flutter, how can you make one application using Flutter. I discuss about every single step in Flutter so that a beginner can understand it easily. In every part, I am trying to make something cool so that every beginner can understand and try to focus on Flutter. After completing all the part in Flutter course, then in the last we are trying to make one WhatsApp clone using Flutter. And also in every part we are trying to make one simple projects. Before starting this course, I would like to give one very thank you to my own Flutter instructor Shojib Bhai. He is my own Flutter instructor. He also helped me a lot and will teach me Flutter smartly. So that's why I'm able to make this Flutter course for absolute beginner. Thanks Shojib Bhai to teach me smartly in Flutter and also take love from my Knowledge Doctor YouTube channel. So without any further ado, so let's get started. What is Flutter? According to the Wikipedia, Flutter is an open source UI software development kit created by Google. Flutter is a cross-platform, that means it's support in multiple OS like Android, iOS, even Linux, Windows, and also the Mac. That means you can create one single code and it will run in different systems. So that's why Flutter is called single code base. That means you can write one single code and it's run on different system. So which programming language is used by Flutter? Flutter uses Dart programming language. Using one programming language, you can develop Android, iOS, even Windows, Linux, and for Mac. If you know C or C++ or Java, you can make one application for Android. If you know the Swift, you can actually making the application for iOS. But if you know Flutter, you can actually make the application for the all platform. So this is the basic advantage of using Flutter. So without any further ado, so let's get started and jump on our Flutter course for absolute beginner. So in order to create our first application that's called Hello World, we need to follow 3 steps. First, we need to create one Flutter project. And after that, we need to create one Flutter application. And finally, we're going to run this application on our real-time device. So let's see how can you do that. So to do that, you need to actually go on your view and go on your command palette and select the Flutter new projects, select the applications, and select the folder and your project name. Right? You can also do in one shortcut way. Just go on your keyboard and press Ctrl Shift P and command palette is open, and now select the Flutter projects and again the applications and select the folder and your application name. Another way you can do, you can go on the terminal, okay, and you can type here Flutter create and your application name. So let's say Flutter create and application name. Let's say my first app. Okay. Otherwise, if you are doing with for one your company, you can also specify here your company domain name. So for that, you need to actually type here org, right, and your domain name. So let's say let's say your domain name, okay, and your application name after that. So you can actually give here any kind of application name. It's up to you. Okay, so I am going to using the shortcut technique that I am basically use Control Shift P and Flutter new project application, select the folder and your application name. So let's make it Flutter for beginners. Okay, enter. So it will create one application for me, and it is by default application by Flutter and the Google community that actually building. So now what you're going to do, you are going to actually running this application on our real-time device. So here the application is actually run, and this is the root of the applications. So if I go on the run button, you can see run, right? You can see start without debugging, and you can also start with debugging, right? So I'm going to press here start with debugging right now. And also you can see here my Android phone is actually connected on my device, on my laptop, okay? So when I actually run this code, and this code is automatically debugging, that's mean automatically run on my own real-time device. So just run without debugging, and let's minimize it. And you can also see my device, and it will launching the application, and it will take few times to launch the application here. So right now you can see here our application is run correctly, and it will take a few while to run these applications. So you can see here it's our first applications, and this is actually demo application developed by the Flutter community. So if I click here on this floating action button, you can see here our numbers is actually increases. Okay, you can see here 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like that. So we are going to actually create our first application that's called Hello World. So for that, you need to actually remove all the code. Okay, so now what you're going to do, you are going to import one library that is predefined by Flutter community, and inside this package, or you can say library, all the widgets are available. So this package, or you can say the library, that's called the material. Okay, so this is nothing but package. You can also say that this is one library, like that. So now actually Flutter using Dart programming language. So in order to actually run one applications, we need to using one main method. And you can see here also this file is named called main.dart. So for that, I'm going to use one void method. So void main, and it will actually run one apps. So let's say run app. Okay, and after that it will take one application. Okay, so let's create one stateful widget for that, or stateless. Let's create one stateless widget. I'll discuss about that, what is the stateful and what is the stateless, and also what is actually state in Flutter. Don't worry. So let's say call my app. Okay, so you need to use this one my app and pass it on here. Okay, so now our actual what do you call, our error is gone. So if I actually save this code, okay, and you can see here one blank screen. Okay, so we can now, what you can do, we are going to actually return one text widget that's called hello world. So let's see. So using text widget, so we can actually give here one text widget, and also in Flutter everything is widget. So we can return one text widgets with simple two word that's called hello world. Okay, let's save it. And you can see a no directional widget found because it will actually run these first applications. So it will actually running one material application. So for that, we need to actually wrap this full text widget with one material app. So let's actually make it as material application, because in one application there should be one home. Okay, so that it can run. So now if I actually specify here with one home, now if I save that, okay, and you can see here hello world is appear here. Okay, but this text is looks so ugly. So you can also wrap this text widget with one material. Okay, just wrap with widget and material. Okay, so if I now save that code, and you can see your hello world, but it's right now in the top corner, you can see your hello world. Okay, so don't worry, I'll be discussing all the things in later on. Just we are going to actually create our hello world application. Okay, and so how actually using this wrap, that's wrap the applications, wrap these widgets. So just click on this bulb button, and it will actually wrap this widget with one material, right? So if I actually uncomment that or remove that, just click on here again text, and click the bulb button and wrap with widget, and again that's called material. Okay, save it, and you can see here same. So you can also make these widget should be in the middle. Okay, so that you can also wrap this text widget with one center. Okay, so now you can see here, just white, you can see here our hello world is appear on our text in the middle. You can also change it color. So let's say color. So let's make our application color. You can give here one color. So let's say colors dot red. You can give here colors dot red, and your application should be looks like red color. I don't know why it's not actually changes. I think you need to do it on our material applications. So let's say give here one color. Okay, that's color. Okay, sorry, color. Where is it, man? Colors dot red. Okay, and now our application full screen should be in a red color. So that's our first application, that's called hello world. In the next, we're going to discuss about what is the stateful and what is the stateless widget. So when you start learning Flutter, you may hear two words, stateful and stateless. Before, we need to also know that what is state in Flutter. So let's have a look one example and try to understand that what is state. So let's assume that I have one application, and inside this application I have one icon for lab and also have an Appbar. So if I am trying to actually clicking this button, and this button is actually converted into field. So when the button is converted into field, that's mean our state is changes. So if the state is changes, that's called stateful. If this is not changes, this is called stateless. So in our application, we have also one Appbar. If Appbar is not changed, that is called the stateless. So what is stateless widget and what is stateful widget actually? A stateless widget cannot change its state during the runtime of a Flutter application. That means it's not changes like Appbar. So what is a stateful widget? A stateful widget are the ones that change its property during the runtime. That means it changes. In the example, we see that when I clicking this lab button, that means it's also one icon button, it's converted into fill lab. So that's why this is called stateless widget. Not actually, it's called stateful widget. A stateless means it's not changed. So now we're going to see that how the stateful and a stateless widget actually work in one example that you see earlier. So for that, we are going to do some cleaning on our code. So this is the by default code by Flutter community. So I'm going to first remove this class from here because I'm going to create one separate class for that, and also remove this comment. And if I now go here and create one folder that's called screen. So we're going to actually creating the separate folder so that we actually store all the screen on this folder. So let's make the folder that's called screen. And inside that, I'm going to create one class. Okay. So let's create one class that's a homepage.dir. So I'm going to call this class from here to here. Okay. So this is our main application. So how I actually run this application, our application is run on here. It will go on the run app and it will call this my app. And this my app actually calling this home. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, so I'm going to actually create one class on our homepage and I'm going to call this on our main.dir. So for that, first I'm going to import our material that we do earlier. I need to do in all of the projects in your Flutter. So let's create first one stateless class. Okay, let's say state. So you're going to, you can also do it from scratch, but there should be one shortcut in VS Code you can also use. So if you are actually creating one stateless widget, you can use STL. Okay, you can see here its suggestions and enter. So when you're trying to actually create one stateful widget, so you need to give here STF. Okay, you can see here STF. So first we are going to actually see the stateless, and after that you're going to see that how can you convert this stateless widget to one stateful widget. So let's say home page. Okay, this home page. If I go here and make it as, let's say, home page, and if I click this bulb button and importing this library from here, right now it's one kind of library. So for that you need to also import it from here. We not actually require the parameter. So let's save this file. And if I go on the home page, if I save this file also, and our screen is right now changes. in a black color. So I'm going to paste here some code that I do earlier based on our example. So in here, you can see here some scaffold and some text widgets. Don't worry, I'll be discussing later on when I actually go to the deep on our tutorial. So we are going to first creating one heart icons, and when actually clicking the heart icon, and you're going to actually change it fill. That's mean with some without fill and the with fill color. Okay. So for that, you're going to actually take one icon from Cupertino. It's actually available on the Cupertino. That's been heart icon. So Cupertino icons dot, let's say using heart. Okay, and give here one colors. So as usually a heart is looks like red color. So let's give here red. So if I save the file here, and you can see here our red heart is actually appear without fill. So if I are trying to actually fill this, okay, if I trying to fill this, so you need to use this heart fill, right? Heart, this one, fill. If I save this, you can see here fill. Okay, so what you're going to do when actually clicking this heart, okay, without fill, we are going to actually make it fill. So for that, we need to also change the icon, right? So we are going to actually store into one variable so that we can actually using this later on. So let's say bird icons. You know, Flutter actually using Dart programming language. If you are no Dart programming language, and Flutter should be easy for you. Okay. So icons, we are going to copy this out and store into one variable because we're going to change this one. So that's why. Okay. So I'm going to actually paste here this variable from here. Okay. Simple. If I say this, nothing is changed because code is same, right? So this code is basically have one Appbar, and the Appbar is containing one text widget, and you can see your Appbar, and this is in the center because I make this center title should be true. And also I'm going to change the color of the Appbar, and if I comment out on this line, and you can see our Appbar is actually converted into blue color that in our primary source color. If I go on the main.dirt file, you can see the primary source color is colors.blue. So that's why. So now we are going to change the background color. So for that, I'm actually using the background colors are red. Simple. Okay. And we take one icon button and make it at center. Okay. And we actually give here the icon size as 200 right now. And also one icons, it actually taking the icons. So now what are you going to do? We are going to actually changing this icon. So for that, when you actually clicking this button, one function should be called. That's called on face functions. So you can actually making this, that's assigning this icon to this icon, that's in this variable to keeper tinu icons, okay, icons dot heart fill, right? That's when we're going to fill that, right? So when I clicking this on pressed button, that's in this button. This is right now button, right? When I actually press here, we are going to fill that. So if I save the file now, but if I click here, nothing is happened, nothing is changed. Why? Because our state is right now changed. So if I try to print it out, let's say print icon changed to make sure that our button should be clicked or not. So if I save it again and go here and see the output, and if I click here, just click on here, and you can see here Flutter icon changed. That's mean our button is clicked correctly, but our icon is not changed. So to actually change that, we need to make this widget should be stateful because our state should be changed. But in Appbar, state is not changed, it's just constant. If you are trying to change that, you need to also make it stateful. But if I go on this main, see one thing, this widget is nothing but stateless. So how can you actually make this home page should be stateful? That's mean basically you can actually make one specific part should be stateful. Okay, this class is by default stateful, but you can also make this class should be stateful in some particular way. So if I click here this bulb button and convert to stateful, this actually is converted into stateful widget. So if I save it now and go to the console again, see the output again, and if I click here this one, nothing has happened. Nothing has happened, right? Why? Because you need to also call one function that's called setState. Okay. So if I using this set state here, so where you need to actually changing the state, we are going to actually using this set state method. So I'm going to copy this now, Control X, cut them. If I save it now, okay, and if I now click on this button, okay, click the button, nothing has happened. Okay, I think I need to also cut this now, because this is actually calling this build function again and again. So you need to actually initialize this icon outside our build context, so that it actually calling this on. So if I save it now, and now if I click here, our icon is changed. Our icon is changed into fill color. Okay, that's mean it actually calling this function again and again. That's why if I initialize this bird icon inside this build method, that's why it's not called. It's called outside the build method. Now if I cut this again and paste it here, now you can see here one thing. Okay, just a while, it's not changes. Okay, so that's the basic idea behind the scene. Okay, and also one another thing, that is when actually converting this stateful to stateless, our set state method is not work. Okay, our set state method is not work. Okay, so let's paste it on here as it is same. Save this, and now it's called. So what is Scaffold widget in Flutter? Scaffold widget will provide a basic material design layout in our Flutter applications. You don't need to write much amount of code in your Flutter application to creating one Appbar, also one drawer, also one bottom navigation bar, and also the floating action button. So in a Scaffold widget, there have some built-in widget that's called Appbar, bottom navigation bar, drawer, floating action button. It's also in our Scaffold widget. So in earlier we see what is the stateful and what is the stateless widget in Flutter. So now we're going to see that what is the scaffold, what is the Appbar, and what is the text widget in Flutter. So for that we're going to creating another class. Just go on the screen and creating one class. So let's make it as scaffold, and let's say text dot, because we're going to be discussing about the scaffold and also the text widget. Okay, so for that first we're going to actually importing our material that we do easily. Okay, and all the time, and I'm going to create one stateless widget right now. STL, enter. Okay, and our stateless class should be created. And now we're going to actually give here one class name. So let's make this scaffold, and let's say text widget. Okay, and if I copy this out, just copy this out and go on the main.dot file, and if I paste it on here, and also importing this library from here, save it and go to the scaffold text, save it now. Now our screen is converted into black, but it looks ugly if I actually see one child text. So give here using one text widget to test it out. So let's say hi. If I save this one, and you can see here hi is appeared, but it looks ugly, right? So if you are trying to make it more beautiful, we can use scaffold. So a scaffold is widget in Flutter is basically used to implement the material design, like layout, material layout, and also it helps us to responsive our applications. Okay, because Flutter also run on web, right? So for that, so you are going to using the scaffold, right? So you can see here scaffold. If I save this one, and our screen should be converted into white. Okay, so now we can actually give here some property that is available on the scaffold. So if I using control space bar from the keyboard, and you can see here some suggestions: Appbar, background color, body, drawer. You can also using drawer, bottom sheet. You can also use bottom navigation bar. You can also see that, right? You can also use floating action button. Okay, so let's say using the Appbar first. That's when you're going to actually give here one Appbar, right? So this Appbar, it actually take one preference size widget. So this preference size widget is nothing but our Appbar itself. Okay, Appbar. So this Appbar is actually takes some property. Again, control spacebar, and you can see here the properties of it. Okay, so you're going to first using the title first. Okay, so let's give here one title, and if I hover over here, you can see here it will take one widget. So you need to actually pass here one widget, not one string. If you actually pass here one string, definitely you get error. So for that, you need to actually give here one text widget. Simple text widget. So let's give here Appbar now. Okay, so if I save it, and you can see here Appbar. Okay, Appbar is appear. So if I'm trying to make this title should be center, and if I again hover over here, you can see here it actually take one bool. So you have two value in boolean, true and false. If I make it true, and our Appbar, that's mean this content in actually go on the middle of the applications, right? So you can also change it color. So for that, you're going to actually using the color property here. I think there should be the background color. So background colors. So if you're trying to using the background color, so you can use colors widget, right? So let's say colors dot red. You can use red or red accent. It's up to you. Let's use the red accent now. It looks good. So our Appbar is right now converted into red accent color, right? So you can also do changes on your Appbar. You can see it's leading. You can see your elevation. You can give here some shape. You can also make it flexible. You can also add some TabBar. Later on, when you actually go on the deep, we can also cover up all the things. Okay, so you can also give here one body and the scaffold. So if I give here one body, let's say give here one body, that's mean this full body. So let's give here one text widget right now. Okay, let's give here hello world. Okay, so later on, when you're actually discussing about the text widget, we actually explore all the things on the text widget. Okay, hello world is appear on here. You can also make it center, right? Just click here and convert it into, not convert, actually wrap here. Just click on here and wrap it center, and our hello world is come on the center. So now if I try to actually give here one bottom navigation bar and also one floating action button, you can do that. You can do that. Just go here and let's say bottom navigation bar. So this bottom navigation bar, it will take, if I hover over here, you can see here, it will take one widget. So it will take one bottom navigation bar. Okay, so this will take some items, and you can see it will take list of item you need to record. That's why you need to actually keep here. So this item will take some bottom navigation item, right? Item. So these icons, you need to actually give here some icons. Let's say give here icons right now. Icons dot. Let's give here one home icon right now. If I give here home, okay. Now we got error because in this navigation bar item, you need to also give here label, okay, or title. So if I give here label, and this label is actually taking one string, okay. So if I give here home, but error is not gone because if I hover over here, this icon is actually taken widget, but this icons dot home is not actually widget. So for that, you need to using one widget that's called icon, and inside that we are going to pass this as a parameter. Now it's stay, but if I save it, we got error because you need to give here must be 2 item. You can see here must be 2 item. If I copy this out, just copy this out and paste it on here and save it, and you can see here our bottom navigation bar is come, right? So you can make it, let's say make it as settings, okay, and let's use one icon for setting. Now it looks good. You can also actually change this background color also, scaffold. That's been whole application. So let's say make here colors Okay, colors dot, let's make here red assigned. If I save it, you can see here our full application is converted into red color. That's in this full container. Okay, you can also change this bottom navigation bar color also, but right now we are not going to do that here. Okay, you can also do that. You can also change your color of the bottom navigation bar. You can see it will take one background color. You can also use this background color also. That's when it is changing the background color up here. So let's say colors. Okay, sorry, this one colors. Let's say using the red, right? Because I love red also. Save it. And if I go here, just a while, I think it's not changes the bottom navigation bar color. Okay, no problem. Later on, when actually discussing about the bottom navigation bar, we are going to exploring all the things in details. But I'm going to show the first one, the scaffold and the text widget. Okay, just leave it. And you can also give here one drawer. Okay, okay, drawer. You can also give here one drawer on here. Okay, this simple. Okay, but later on we do that all the things in details. We find actually see the row, column, list view, and all the things. Then you actually implement all the things in very deep depth. No problem. Just you actually using the drawer. Let's say drawer. Okay, this drawer class. And if I save it, and you can see one hamburger icon. If I click here, you can see a drawer is opened. Okay, that's why scaffold widget is most important in Flutter. Okay, you can actually explore all the things, and because you know Flutter have their own documentation, you can actually read their documentation very well. Then you can actually make your own applications in your own way. Okay, so now let's discuss about the text widget now. Okay, this text widget. So you can see a text, it actually take some parameter. First one is string as a data that we give here already, and it also take one style. You can actually give here key, style, text align. Okay, text directions. It will take overflow. It will take maximum line. Okay, so let's see the style first. So if I try to actually make this text widget should be stylable. So for that, what I'm gonna do, we are going to actually using this style. So this style, it actually take one text style. If you don't know what is the text style and how I get that, maybe there should be text style, because you can see it actually recommend me you need to give here one text style. So that's why I'm using one text style here. Okay, so let's here text style. Okay, so this text style actually gives some parameter. That means have some properties, right? So you can see background color. Okay, it will take font size. So let's actually increase the font size. Let's make here 32 right now. 32, and our font size is right now increased. You can also change your font weight also. So you can see font weights. So it will take another widget that's called font widths. Okay, font widths dot bold, normal, values. Let's make it bold now. And you can see our font is right now converting to bold. So if I make it normal, so it looks normal now. Okay, so if I actually using some white, that's called W100. This is the actual lowest one of the old, and you can see this is the text. If I make it higher, let's say 9,000 or 900. Okay, and you can see here more bold, right? You can also give here so many properties on the text style. Okay, if I hover over here, you can give here some color. So if I give here one color, let's say color. Okay, and if I using the background color, you can also use that. Okay, so let's say colors dot, let's say using the red, or let's use the green color now. Okay, save it, and you can see here green color. This is the background. There's been who actually whole background, right? So if you're trying to just text color, if you're trying to just changing the text color, you need to using the text properties, right? So let's say colors dot, I'm going to make it as white. So our text color should be converted into white. Okay, and also you can also give here one foreground here. So let's here use here foreground, and this foreground it actually taking one paint. So let's use here one paint, okay, and using this one and give here some style, and it will take one paint style, and you can see here store full, and this thing is actually available on the foreground. Okay, we got one error because we are not going to actually give here color and the foreground in the same time, because color and the foreground are actually similar, and you can see here one foreground that looks really good. If I actually comment out these lines, okay, I think we need to also just comment this line. Okay, I'll remove that, and you can see here it looks really good. It will make this text should be one kind of paint. You can also fill it, right? Let's make it fill. So when you're trying to actually make it fill, that's mean all the color should be filled, right? See it filled now. Okay, you can also make it paint. Okay, you can also using the stroke. Okay, so now we can also using some property that is available on this text widget that's called, let's say, max line. Okay, so if we are trying to actually making that maximum line should be, let's say, 1. Let's say we are going to actually taking this line should be 1. So if I actually using some dummy text here, if I'm going to paste some dummy text here, then see after the max line of 1, it's not black. So if I paste here some actually string, if I save it, it's just go on this simple max line. That's mean max line should be 1 right now. If I make it 2, it will go the second line. If I give it 10, it will go the 10 line. But if I make it 1, see, some text is right now hidden. Sometimes you can see here how the text is very over. That's overflow. You can make it some dot or more. So for that, in here there should be one property that's called overflow, and it will take one text overflow, right? Text overflow, and you can make it clip, eclipse, fade, and the visible. If I make it eclipse and save it, and you can see here some dot. Okay, you can see here some dot. Okay, if I also comment out this line and also try to make this color should be black. Okay, and you can see here right now you can see a dot. That means something is on here, right? We can also give here, you can see here height. You can give here background. You can also give here some shadow on the text, right? You can also give here decorations. You can give here thickness, all the things, right? So if you're trying to actually give here some shadow on our text, you can do that. So let's say using the property that's called shadow. So this shadow actually taking some list of the shadow. So if I actually give here this list, so this list actually take one box shadow, right? So if you're trying to make this blur, we can also do that. We can actually give here one shadow, and inside that we are going to actually give here the blur. Let's say give here blur. Okay, you can see here blur radius. So let's make it 10. Okay, let's make it 10 now. So if I save it, and you can see here some blur effect is actually happening. You can see a blur effect actually happening, right? It will take color. You can also give here the blur color. So let's give here the color. So let's say color. So let's give here some white color also. Let's say colors.white. Okay. If I save it, and you can see here some blur. You can see some blur of the white color. Okay. And you can also give here some offset. Okay. That's mean which direction to which direction you're actually going to actually making this blur. So it will actually give here some x coordinate and the y. That's y axis and the x axis. That's you're going to actually give here x axis should be 0 and y axis should be, let's say, make here 10. And this blur is actually go down. This means this one the bottom, and this is the right to left. So how you actually try to make it as 5, and you can see here this blur. You can see white blur, right? So if I try to make it 1, 0, and 1, just 0 and 1, you can see here our blur looks good, right? So this is about the text widget, and also the scaffold and Appbar. Container widget. Container widget also called as parent widget in Flutter, which can contain multiple number of child widget. So let's assume that you have a box. So this box is one kind of container. Inside this box, you can actually store many kind of widget. If you are coming from the web designing, I think you know HTML. In HTML, I think you use the div tag. So div tag is also one kind of container. That's mean container widget and also the div tag in HTML are same. So now let's have a look the example of the container widget in Flutter. So all right, so we're going to actually discuss about the container widget in Flutter. So for that, I'm going to create one new class for that so that I can call it from the main.dart file. So if I go here and go on the screen file that we create earlier, so if I click here to create new widget, so let's make it the file name container widget.dart. So let's say container widget.dart. So now I'm going to create one stateless class for that. So first you need to import the material one. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to import the material package, right? So this material package have all the things in Flutter that's been for the material designing that is actually give us. Then now I'm going to actually create one stateless class. You can also create the stateful class. It's up to you. So actually, I am not actually changing the state there, so I take it as stateless. Okay, stateless. That's me STL, and you can see here the suggestion is coming up stateless widget. So give here the class name. So let's give here the class name. Let's say container. Okay, let's say container widget. Okay, and now I'm going to copy this one. That's container widget and go on my main dot file, and I'm going to actually paste it on here. Okay, and also click on here and import the package library that is on the same folder, right? So I'm going to save it and also go on my container widget. Okay, so right now you can see here this is nothing but one blank container, and you can see here blank. So now I'm going to actually create one scaffold. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to first remove this container because this is by default container when actually creating the stateless class. So first I'm going to take the scaffold, then I'm going to add here the Appbar that you did before now. So I'm going to take one scaffold and take one Appbar. So let's take one Appbar, and also Appbar will take one Appbar widget, right? And inside that I will pass here one title. So let's take one title. So let's assign here one title name. Let's say because we are discussing container, right? So let's make the Appbar name as container widget, right? Okay. So container widget is most powerful widget in Flutter. So I'm going to also make a center attribute and take label. Now it looks cool. The design is looks good right now. You can also make the background color should be Appbar background color should be red. Okay, you can actually give here so colors.red. It's better you can practice more so that your coding skill should be good in Flutter. So now we create the scaffold. Now what are we going to do, we are going to actually add one container on our body. Okay, so if I actually using one container widget here, just blank right now, if I save it, you cannot see anything here, but container is really created. So if I wanted to see it, so I can give here one color of the container. So let's give here one color. So let's say colors dot, if I give here colors, let's give here green right now because our app bar is already right now red, so it's better to use the green here. Okay, now you can see here our container is visible because I actually give here the color and our container is right now visible. See one thing, in the container have key, alignment, padding, color, decoration, foreground decoration, width, height, constraint, margin, transform, and the transform alignment, child. It's have also one child. You can also actually set here any kind of widget on inside the container. So if I actually create one child, so you can pass here any kind of child here because we discussed on the text one. So text widget. So let's pass here text widget as it is now. So how I actually actually go to the deeper, we can actually give here any kind of child right now. Okay, so on the text, so let's give here my channel name knowledge doctor. Okay, okay, and see the output. If I save it, see one thing is happened, that is our full container green color is gone. It's just on this one, right? That's mean actually changing the color based on our child widget. Okay, so now if I try to make it center, this text to be center, we can wrap this container, full container, in the center widget. So if I wrap this, so you can see here it is actually coming on the center. So now, but I am not actually trying to do that. My container is coming in the center, also the widget that is containing, that's been on the child. So how can I actually do that? I can remove this container, remove the center widget from here. So then I'm going to actually make it alignment should be the center. If I save it right now, you can see it will go on the top left corner. So now if I give here one alignment, so let's say give here one alignment, so it will take one alignment widget. So alignment, okay, so alignment, so this one alignment dot, if I try to make it center, so if I give here center, see one thing is happening. If I save the file, now you can see here our full container color is right now green. Just our child widget, that's mean our child widget is actually coming in the middle, in the center. So when actually using this child, okay, and inside the child when actually pass here any kind of widget, this alignment actually help us to do the all the widget, that's mean all the material in the center, okay. But when actually wrap this container inside the center, it will just take this container and go to the center, not the full. Now you can see here our color is right now expanded. So if I remove this, if I remove this or comment out this center line, it's not actually, okay, I think we do one mistake or bracketing mistake, right? Okay, if I actually remove this whole line from here, because this is the container and this is the last line. So if I remove this just line, okay, and save it, you can see it's not actually expanded. But when I actually remove this child also, it will expand it. It will take the maximum width and the maximum height, right? We can also make it constraint, or we can also give here width and the height of the container. So how can you do that? So let's uncomment these lines and also try to make this comment. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually give here some white width of the container. So let's give here width as a 200, and we can also give here the height. So let's give here height as a, let's say give here 50. If I save it, then you can see here our container is little bit on the width, it will take the 200 pixel, and the height will take the 50 pixel. That's when you can actually give here some width and the height of the container. If I make it container to be center, it will obviously go to the center, okay, it will obviously go to the center. So if I uncomment this line, alignment equal to alignment dot center, let's see if I save it, and you can see here this is actually go on the center. That's mean when you actually don't initialize any width and the height of the container, it will take the maximum width, okay, it will take the maximum width, it's not actually expanded anymore. So that's the basic idea behind the scene. If you actually give here width and the height, so it will take the actual width and height. If you don't give it, it will take the full, it will take the full. If I save it now, it will take the full. You can also remove the center, no problem. You can also remove the center, no problem. It will just actually give the container should be in the center, not the actual widget, right? So we can also give here constraint width and height, right? If I uncomment these lines, if I save it now it will actually on the center, right? So now if I give here some constraint, that means if the maximum height or the minimum height or the minimum width and the minimum height we can actually give here, right? So if I comment out this line, we can also give here some constraint on our container. That's mean we are going to actually give some constraint on our container. So how can you do that? So this constraint, it will actually take one box constraint. So if I give here box constraint, so this will take 4 value: minimum height, that's mean how the minimum height is, and the maximum width, max height, and the min width. So if I give here first min width, that's mean minimum width. So let's give here minimum width at 10. So if this full content, if the full content, it will take the minimum width at the 10, so it will cover up, okay. So we can also give here maximum height or maximum width. So let's give here maximum width, let's say give here 50, and you can also give here maximum height. So if I give here maximum height, let's say 10, okay, and also the maximum height, maximum height, we can give here the minimum height, right? Okay, so let's give here minimum height at the 10, and also let's give here maximum height, let's say 50. So if I save it now, one thing you can see it will try to actually make this container inside the minimum width of 10 and the minimum height of the 10, okay. So if I try to increase this text, that's been try to actually make this text little bit bigger, see one thing happen, it will try to expand it, but it's not. Why? Actually we give here maximum width should be 50, and the maximum height should be 50. That's why it will actually constrain here right now. So if I try to increase it, if I make it 100 right now, see this width will actually increases automatically for the 100 time. See, it automatically increases in the maximum width. It actually taking the maximum width of the container, right? So if I also increase it, let's make here 500, then it will increases. Okay, so it also same as the height. If I actually make it as, let's make it as right now 15, and also try to increase the height. This is minimum height. Minimum height is 10. Okay, it's based on your text. So if I try to make it as let's make here 100, and it will actually taking the maximum height of the container. So this is the constraint right now. So if I remove this line, let's say just knowledge, okay, just knowledge, this one. So now if I save it, see it will take the mean width at the 10 or max width at 10, and it will take the minimum height should be 10. If it is outer, then it will take the 100, right? If I save it now, same result. If I make it, let's make it 20, and also let's make it as 20. If I save it now, you can see nothing is happening here because it will take the maximum width of the 50 and a maximum height is a 100. If I increase this one, because this our widget actually basically take the maximum width should be greater than 20, so that's why it actually fit right now. If I increase this 100, see it will actually try to fix it, right? So this is constraint right now. Okay, so we see how can you actually give here color, how can you give here one child widget, how can you alignment that, and also the constraint. So now we're going to see that how can we decorate this widget. Is it possible to give some decoration on the widget? Yes, it's possible. So for that it have one decorations, and this decoration actually take one box decoration, right? And this box decoration have some property. If I actually use control tab, you can see here all the, okay, you can see all the properties is appear here. If I see border, we can also give here one border, so it will take one border. So I want to give here border from the other side, so let's give here border from the other side. So to take one color, so for that I need to give here one color. So let's give here one color, so colors dot, let's say give here red color. Okay, if I save it just a while, it will take few seconds. You can see here failed assertion line to 274 position color is equal to null. See one thing, color is equal to none, provide both of color and a decoration. That means when you actually trying to actually give here on decorations, you need to remove this color. You need to remove this color and you need to actually paste it inside the decorations. So when actually initialize the decorations, make sure that your color property should be inside your decoration. Now you can see here one red. You can also increase the size of your border. So what you can do, you can also give here one white. So let's give here width at the 5. If I actually save it, now you can see here this red border is actually coming inside, actually outside our container. Okay, you can also give here the border radius. So if I using the border radius, you can see here, so border radius dot, if I give here circular, you can also make it circular. If I give it, you can see it's now called like circular, right? Circular. You can also give here some shape. So let's give here shape. So this shape is actually taking the box shape. If I hover over here, you can see the suggestions. You can also use these suggestions. So let's say use box shape. Okay, this box shape dot circle or rectangle you can use. So if I use circle, so if I save it, now you can see here one error actually coming because you are not actually giving here border radius and the shape in the same time. So for that you need to also remove this, or you can uncomment that. And if I save it, you can see this is looks circle, right? This is look circle. Okay, so now if I try to give some padding and the margin of the container, I can. So if I actually give here some padding of the container, I can actually give some padding of the container. So let's give here container, let's say give here some padding on our container. So let's use, you can give here from the left top right and the bottom. You can also give here some from window padding. You can use lerp, you can also use only, you can use symmetrically, right? So I'm going to use the all. That's me to actually give here the padding from the all the side. Okay, so if I give here, let's say 50, I'm going to give here the 50 padding. So it will go on. Why? Actually, we actually make some constraint on our maximum with the maximum height. So if I actually comment out this line, now if I save it, now you can see here, it will actually get the padding from the other side. If I uncomment this line, you can see it will just take, just a while. If I save it now, just a hot reload, it will not actually padding the correctly, right? So if I try to remove this widget from here and save it again, and see nothing is actually happening because it actually taking the full box shape of the circle. If I actually comment out this line circle also, and you can see this right now it will cover up the full area, right? So if I remove this, alignment or center, if I save it, now you can see here just simple one. Now if I now comment this padding and save it, now you can see a boom, it will actually make this widget should be padding some spacing around the inside the widget, right? So this is called the padding. So if I try to give some margin, so how can I do that? I'm actually using the margin property. Okay, you can give here margin from the top, left, right, or bottom. So let's give here from the all the side right now. So if I'm trying to give the margin from the all the side, it will take in the margin from all this side. You can see it will take the margin from all the side 20 pixel. You can also give it from the left, right, or the, so if I actually give here from left, top, right, and the bottom. So let's give here from the left, I'm going to give here 10. From the top, I'm going to actually using 20. From the right pixel, I'm going to give here 40. From the bottom, let's give here 10. So if I save it now, okay, if I save it now, you can see here it will actually taking the left. From the left it will take the 10 pixel, from the top it will take the 20 pixel, and the right 40, and the bottom is 10, right? So this is the margin in the container. Okay, you can also give some transform and the translate of the container, and also you can make it clickable. That's when you can also make this button. Let's say you can also use this as a button, right? So if I actually wrap this container within widget, that's called gesture detector, or you can also use the equal, right? So let's say use gesture detector first, this one, and this gesture detector should take one on tap method on the this one. So it will take one double tap on a double tap down. So I'm actually using first on tap one, and this on tap one, it will take one functions. It will actually, when you tap the container, it will actually call one function. So when actually discussing about the button one, so you are going to discussing on press, on tap, on double tap in very detail, so you can actually get that how button is actually work in Flutter. So if you're trying to print it, that our button is actually work or not, so let's say pressed, just I'm going to actually print it here one message. So if I save it now, and if I go on the terminal, I need to go on the output tab. So if I go on the down, okay, if I save it again now, and if I click this knowledge button, and you can see pressed is actually happening. If I click here again, and you can see a 2 press is happening. If I click it again, 3. You can also make it as equal. Okay, you can also use it equal. So if I actually save it now, okay, and if I click here, it also pressed. Like you can see here, some effect is actually happening. If I actually clicking it, some cooling effect actually happening. If I also try to make it center, okay, if I try to make this container should be inside, okay, sorry, I need to make it center, right? So we actually wrap this widget in the center. So where is the center? If I save it now, if I click here and also remove this padding, no need to actually remove the padding, also remove this margin, and it will absolutely in the padding. If I actually click it, and you can see here some ripple effect is actually happening. it actually expanding inside the container. Okay, you can see here inside the container how is it. You can also use the gesture detector and also the inkwell. Okay, so this is all about the container. Okay, if you have any query, you can comment below on the comment section, or you can also comment on our Facebook page. So what is row widget in Flutter? A row is a widget used to display child widget in a horizontal manner. If you are trying to actually show some widget in a horizontal manner, you can actually using the row widget in Flutter. So let's look an example of row widget. Let's assume that this is your mobile phone screen. You are trying to show your widget, that's mean your container. Let's assume that this one is a container. You are trying to show it in a this horizontal manner so that you can actually using row widget. So inside this row widget, you can actually give multiple number of child widget. That's mean it will take one children, and inside the children you can actually put any kind of, that's mean you can give so many amount of child widget. So what is column widget in Flutter? Column widget also same as row widget, but it is opposite. A column is a widget used to display child widget in a vertical manner, whereas row widget actually display the child widget in a horizontal manner. So let's have a look one example of the column widget. So when you are trying to show your widget in a vertical manner, you can actually using column widget. So again, let's assume that this is one kind of container. You are wanted to show it in a line by line, that's mean one after another. In a vertical manner, you can actually using column widget in Flutter. So now let's have a look the example of Flutter column widget and also the row widget in VS Code. So now we are going to discussing about the row and the column widget in Flutter. So I need to go on here and I'm going to create one new screen for that. So let's give here the file name. Let's use the row column dirt. Now I'm going to import the material package, and I'm going to actually using one shortcut in VS Code. You can actually using extension to make your code very comfortable, and you can actually do the speed coding also. That means speed typing. So I'm going to type here import, okay, and you can see here import m. If I enter here, it will automatically import this package that's called material.dirt. So what package or what library or what extension that I'm actually using? I'm actually using one extensions in VS Code that's called awesome Flutter snippet. You can also use this to this kind of shortcut. You need to go on here and just installing this. It's already installed in my system, and they're actually talking about what kind of shortcut that you can actually used. Okay, you can read their details and also the feature contribution or change log, etc. Okay, so yeah, if I go on here and go on the row column the dirt, so now I'm going to create one stateless widget. You can make it stateful if you are trying to change the state. So I'm going to use the STL right now in the shortcut, and stateless widget is created. So let's use one name. Okay, so now if I save it, and you can see here one Appbar, row and column, and also color is changes. If I go on the main.dirt file, you can see here we actually make the primary source color should be red. You can, by default it should be black, not black, actually blue. You can make it red. Okay, you can also remove this debug show check banner. So for that, you need to go on here and type here debug show check banner. I think it's on the material app, right? So I need to type here debug show check banner mode and just make it false. If I make it false, now you can see here debug check banner is gone. Okay, so now it looks cool. So now if I go on here and I'm going to take one body, because in a scaffold there should be one body, and inside this body, so I'm going to take one row, and this row is nothing but one widget, and this will take multiple children. Okay, so for that it have one children, and inside that you can actually give here multiple number of child. So if I give here some text widget as a child, okay, so let's give it some name. Let's say I'm going to pass here the first data right now. If I save it now, and you can see here first. Okay, So now if I take another text widget, same, you can see I don't get any kind of error, but child, it will take just one single widget, and children take multiple number of widget. So in row there should be in a horizontal manner, and this our main axis and this is our cross axis. So now by default it will go on the main axis. So if I go and type here second, and if I save it now, and you can see here second is also appeared here. So now if I type here text widget, and inside that let's give here 3, and now if I save it, and you can see here 3, we can also give here some space, right? So for that what I can do, we can actually give here some size boxed. Okay, so for that I can actually give here some size boxed. Okay, so size box. So in the size box there should be some property, and should be height and the width. If you are trying to give the space in the width, so you can actually, you need to specify here the width. So if I specify width at the, let's say 50, and now if I save it, and you can see 15 width is actually spacing. You can see here for 15 pixel you can get here some space. And if I actually using this one in the every widget and save it, and you can see here also 15 pixel space. If I give here the size box before the first one, and you can also see space is actually coming up. Okay, so this is also another way to give some space, and also you can give a space using the main axis alignment. So in the main axis alignment, so this is main axis alignment, this will actually have some property that's called center and space around, space between, space between, and start. So let's see the first center one. If I save it now, so all that that's in all the properties and all the materials actually go on the middle. Okay, on the middle, this our main axis alignment. So that's mean this is the main axis alignment, and these are the cross axis, right? So right now we are focusing on the main axis, so we are trying to actually make it in the center, so that's why it on the center. Okay, so now if I actually remove this size box from here and from here and also from here, okay, and now save it, and then you can see it is actually working fine. That's main axis alignment is right now center. So if I try to make it as start, see start, and save it, it will actually start from the start, right? So if I similarly if I make it as and, it will start from the end, because this is the main axis alignment. This is the main axis, and this is our cross axis. We can also change it in a cross axis. Okay, later on we let us see that how the cross axis actually work. Okay, so let's use another. So let's say space around. If I save it now, you can see here some space is actually taken by default using a space around. You can see here it will take the space from the first, that's been start, and also take the space from the and also some space on the between the two widgets, right? And if I using the space between, then see what actual difference between them. A space around, when actually using that, it will take the space in the first and also the last. This may start on that, but how actually using the space between, it will take the space between the widget, right? So now if I actually using the space around, okay, space around, you can see it will take the space here, right? So now if I using the space evenly, see one happening, space around and space evenly most similar, but some difference also. That's mean in space around it will take the space of the start and should be same, but in the space evenly it's not same. Space evenly mean it will take the full space from the all side. That means this side also, this side, this side, this side, that's all are same. So that's our space evenly. So now in respect of using this text widget, I can use also the container. So if I actually comment out, okay, I need to comment out just text, right? Just this three text. So if I comment out these lines, and I can also assign here one container, okay, container with some color and width and the height. So let's give here one color. So let's use first red color. So for that, when I need to use, I need to use colors dot red, and also give here some width and the height. So let's give here some width. Okay, so width, let's give here some width. Let's use 75, and use, let's say, height, let's use 100. So if I now save it, just a while, you can see here one red container is actually coming up, and space main axis alignment is right now center, but it's not center space, even though that's going to take the space from the both sides, right? So that's why. So now if I actually copy this out, just copy this out and paste it on here and save it, and you can see here 3, okay, 3 box is actually coming up, okay, right? So now if I actually changing this size, let's say 15, and let's say use make it as 100, okay, you can see this content is right now okay. Let's use some another color also. Let's use black, and also let's use green, okay. So now if I using here cross axis alignment, this in the cross axis, so let's see what happened here. So cross axis alignment, let's say cross axis alignment dot, if I make it center and if I save it, okay, nothing has happened. If I actually remove this line, if I save it now, you can see this main axis alignment, when I actually remove this, cross axis alignment is actually start from center, right? That's means actually start from center, this topic. If I actually make this height should be, let's use here height as a 100, and also width as a 100. So let's, it's better, we can also remove actually making this quite little. So let's use 50. Then you can see actually what actually happening here. Also the height, let's use here 80 and save it. Then you can actually understand. See what actually happening here. See, this is right now cross axis alignment, right? Cross axis alignment or center. Right now it on center. See, this black widget, that's been this black container is right now on the center, right? This is also in center, this is also in the center, right? So now if I try to make it a start, see, start and save it, see, this black widget, that's in black container, is actually coming on the start positions, and this widget also coming on the start positions, this is on the top, right? If I also wrap this row with the center widget, and if I save it now, just a while, it's coming up in the center, okay. If I also try to make this in a center and save it, it's also coming up in a center, right? See, this is also coming a center, okay. And our cross axis alignment is also from the start, that's mean it actually starting from this top position, right? This top position. If I try to make it is end, so it will start from this end position, just in, on the bottom side. If I save it now, it actually start from the bottom side, right? You can see here bottom side. That's mean this is the cross axis and this our main axis. Right now main axis in the center, okay, main axis center, that means all the widget right now in the center. If I actually make it a space between, then you can see a space around. If I save it now, it will actually space around them. If I make it a start, then you can see it will actually move this container, okay. Here this is the top, this our cross axis element, that should actually go from the start, right? So it has so many property, right? So dot, you can see here it have center, it have and the start, and also the stretch. If I save it, then see what actually happening, it actually stretches these whole container, in row. If I actually save right now, if I actually comment out and also try to remove this center widget from here, just remove this widget, and if I save it now, see it will stress them, in the whole container, just in whole scaffold, it will actually contain them, right? So now let's discuss about one more important thing in a row, okay. So if I remove this container, okay, and also if I also comment out these lines, and now if I take one text widget, okay, and I'm going to actually give here one long text, let's say knowledge. Okay, so you can see here I actually take one long text, right? So if I now save it, so what actually happening, you can see here we got some overflow problem. So if I go on the error and go on the output, okay, and you can see here we got some error. See, this is one error. The specific render flags in the question is render flags is this relay out of boundary. Okay, that is called overflowing error. So how can we actually resolve them? If you have long type of text inside your row widget, so how can you make it expandable? That's mean you can make it without overflow. So that's the reason behind the scene what actually uses of long text in the row. So you can also solve this problem. Just you need to go on here and click on this bulb button and wrap with one widget. So how can you make it expandable? So that's why there should be one widget that's called expanded, right? Expanded. If I now save it, it will expanded this whole text in the second line. See, now our problem is resolved, right? So this is for the row widget. So now let's discuss about the column widget also. So if I actually make it column, okay, now if I save it, okay, nothing has happened. So if I remove this text widget and uncomment this container, and now if I save it, you can see here right now it's on the column. That's mean it will try to display the child widget in a vertical manner. This is the column. So if I try to actually remove this, also this text widget, and also comment out this container, and if I save it now, you can see here first, second, and the three. It's on the container in a column mode. That's mean in a vertical manner, right? So you can also give here some space. It's have also main axis element and also the cross axis element. So if I make it space between, it will take the space between them, right? See, first, second, and the third. Okay. Now if I also use the start, so it will actually start from start. Okay. Main axis alignment. Main axis alignment also same. Cross axis also same. Okay. So if I try to comment out also this line and also uncomment this cross axis alignment and make it a start, and if I save it now, and you can see actually cross axis it actually start from start position, these positions. Okay, so it has so many values in the cross axis element. If I again dot here, you can see center and start, stress, and the values you can actually give here. So if I make it center and if I save it, this column widget actually coming off in a center. Now, but now the problem is why it's not actually coming on this kind of center. Okay, so if I try to take it, this column widget inside a container, okay, and give here one color. So let's give here one color. Let's say colors dot, let's say red. So if I save it right now, you can see here this column widget inside one container, and it will take this one. It will just take this specific area, right? Container. You can also make it expandable. You can also use one container with it, and inside this container with it, you can also use one child with it. Okay, and you can also make this container widget should be double dot infinity, so that it will take the full height and the width of the container. And if I make it as the double dot infinity, it will take the full width of the container. So when actually using the column widget, you can also take one container, and inside this container you can actually take one column widget. So now if I actually make it the center and also make it as a space between, so now see space between, now you can see first, second, and the three. Okay, okay, or you can make it a third. Okay, so now the question is what should be for the container. So if I remove this line and also comment it, and if I save it now, you can see a red is actually gone because this is already red. So if I make it white, and you can see here this white, okay, black, and the green, because this main axis alignment is right now space between. If I actually remove this line, if I save it now, it will count the center. So if I make it a start, so it will coming on the start. If I make it at the end, if I save it, it will go on the end. right? So that's the reason behind the scene using the main axis element, also the cross axis element. You can also make it a trace. So if I save it now, okay, it will trace in the column. That's mean this axis, okay, cross axis, this one, okay, and this is for the main axis element. So if I try to make it as a space between, so this is the main axis element, okay, for the column, okay, right? So this is all about the column and the row widget in Flutter. List view widget in Flutter. So there are various types of list view. First one is a list view. Second one is a list view.builder. Third one is a list view.separated. And the fourth one is a list view.custom. So what is list view? List view is nothing but like row and column, but row and column is not scrollable, but list view is scrollable. The default construct of the list view class is called the list view. Take a list of widget and make it scrollable. If you have low amount of data, you can actually using this list view class. This is default construct of the list view class. You can actually use that. List view.builder. If you have much more amount of data, you can use list view.builder. Basically, it used to generate dynamic list. So let's have a look one example of the list view.builder. When you are using YouTube, you are trying to scroll and you get some video. So how can you get the video? A multiple number of video, how can you get them? You can actually get them using the list view.builder. If you have multiple number of data you are trying to load, you can use list view.builder. It have two property. One is item builder and second one is item count. Item count is nothing but your count of your list. If you have short amount of data, you can actually using the list view class. One simple real-time application of the using listview.builder is API. When you're trying to fetch the data from the API, you can actually using the listview.builder. You can also use the listview.separated. Listview separated and also the listview builder most probably same. In the listview.separated, it have some separate delegation. That's when you can give here one divider. So these are the basic difference between list view builder and the list view separated. So now let's have a look the example of the list view widget in Flutter. So now let's create another screen for list view. So I'm going to click here and create one new screen, and let's give here one file name. Let's say list view widget dot. And I'm going to actually create one stateless widget right now. You can see here we have list view widget, and also our debug show check banner also gone, and our navbar, that's mean our status bar, that's mean Appbar, not navbar actually. Appbar is already converted into red color because we set your background color as a red color. Okay, that's cool. So you need to also initialize here one body, and inside the body we are going to take one list view. Okay, so list view. So list view is most similar to row and column. Okay, but in list view it's also take children like row and column actually take. Okay, so inside this you can actually give here so many widget, let's say widget number 01, or you can give here widget number 02. That's when you can actually give here multiple number of widget in a list. Okay, so that's our basically uses of the list view. Okay, and it's also scalable, but when you're trying to use in the row and column, you definitely get some overflow problem, but in list view it's really more expandable. Okay, so now let's use one text widget right now. So let's say widget number 01, and let's copy this out and see that it will trying to display all the widget in a one after another and create one kind of list. If I save it now, just make it 4 and save it, then you can see widget 01, widget 02, widget 03, and the widget 04. It actually showing by default in vertically. You can also make it in a horizontal. So for that you need to use the scroll directions. You can use axis dot horizontal. You can actually using horizontal, so it will show this widget in a horizontal manner, so that you can see here it actually show this in a horizontal manner, you can also scroll it. If we actually copy it out, okay, just copy paste it multiple times. If I save it now, and you can see some multiple list, it's not actually expanded, it's not actually expanded, that means it's not coming in the second line. But in row column you can get some overflow problem. So uh, that's the disadvantage of actually using the list, disadvantage of using the row and column. And you can see it's, we can actually scroll it, right? You can also scroll it, you can see scroll it, okay, right? You can also use here scroll it. That's really good, right? So that's also good use of the list view of in Flutter. So you can also, instead of using some kind of text that, you can also use list style. Okay, so what is actually list style? List style is a material widget in Flutter used to display some text on an icon or with some widget. You can actually use some text, you can also add some title, also some subtitle, and also some icon you can actually add. So let's see the example. So let's use one list style. You can see suggest list style, and inside this list style it will take one title, right? We can actually give here one title. So this title actually take one text. So let's give here my name. So let's say Chandodhar. If I save it now, it will actually give here one list style. Okay, we got error. So let's see the what kind of error that he got. Okay, okay, I think I need to also save it, and also let's use another list style, and also give your own subtitle. So let's give your own subtitle. So let's use text widget. Let's say Flutter developer. So if I now save it, okay, we got one error because of this scroll direction is right now horizontal. So let's remove this right now, then we actually using this later on. Now you can see here one list style, right? So this is my name Chandudhar, and you can see a Flutter developer. So let's use it another one, Mishudhar. My name, this also my name. Subtitle, okay, because my full name is Mishudhar Chandu, so that's why Mishudhar Chandu, that's both are same, right? So let's use here machine learning developer, or let's say Python developer. Okay, developer. If I save it, and you can see here Mishudhar and Python developer. You can also add a leading and the trailing also as the icon. Okay, so let's use here leading. So it will take one icon, or you can also give here one images. That's mean it will take actually one widget. You can actually give any kind of widget, but leading it's actually taking icon widget. You can also give here one icons. Let's give here icons dot start. Okay, let's say give here star, one star icon. Okay, if I save it now, and you can see one star icon is actually coming on the leading side. This is leading and this is trailing part. So if I make it trailing, and it will go on this trailing part. Okay, you can see trailing part. You can also change it color. So let's make it color. Okay, I think it is inside on the color property, right? So let's say colors dot, let's make it orange. Okay, and it looks good. You can see here it's converted into orange color, right? So you can also use one images also, but I am not actually discussing about the image right now. So that's why I am not actually going to using any kind of actually images here. Later on, when I am discussing about the image, also the how can you actually load the images on in Flutter applications, how can you load the images from the networks, then we actually discussing about that. But right now I'm going to actually discussing one simple widget that's called circle elevator. So I'm going to add it on our trailing part. So let's using not trailing, actually using the leading part. I'm going to actually using first one icon, or you can also use the circle elevator. You can also use the icons also. So let's use one first icon, then we are going to discussing about the circle elevator. So icons dot, let's say use one user icon. Okay, verified user. If I save it now, just for understanding, you can see here one user icon is actually coming up here, verified user. So instead of using the icon, you can also use one image. So let's see what kind of image that you got. We can actually use here, because by default in list style you can actually using circle elevator. Also you can use the image, it's up to you. but circle avatar is looks professional. So let's use one circle avatar, and inside this you can actually give here one background image, but right now I'm not actually giving here any kind of background image. You can actually give here, but you can. So let's give here one simple color. Let's say colors dot, let's use one brown color, and give here some shade. Let's give here some shade. Let's use 800. Okay, and if I save it, and you can see one circle avatar. Okay, that's means circle. You can see with the brown color. You can also give here any kind of child inside that. So let's give here one text child right now. So let's use here one child. Let's say CD. That's mean Chandu Dhar, right? Me. Let's save it now, and you can see here it's coming up CD. Okay, and you can see it looks really good, right? You can also do it for the second one. Okay, and now if I am trying to actually, if I remove this list style, if I trying to print this Chandu Dor, this list style multiple time, so what I need to do, I need to just copy this out, Control C, and I need to paste it again and again. But this is time consuming, and this is not the actual optimized code you need to do. You can also optimize this code. You can also iterate through all the value from here, like we are doing in the for loop or while loop. So how can we actually do that? So for that, we can actually using listview.builder. Okay, you don't need to paste the code again and again, otherwise this code looks too ugly and your code is quite long. So this is definitely some problem. So we can also solve this problem using this list view.builder. Okay, so if I actually, let's go here, and let's try to comment out these lines. Okay, just list view this one. So instead of using the list view, we are trying to using list view.builder. So let's say use body, and inside that we are going to use list view. Okay, see, list view have different type of list view in Flutter. So list view dot, if I using dot, it have three property. So builder, you can use builder, you can use custom, you can build any separator. So let's use one builder, and we'll take one item builder. So this item builder actually take one context. That's mean your whole context of these widgets, and it also take one widget. Okay, right? So if I now, you need to return here, one widget. So if I am trying to return this list style from here, if I am copying this list style, just list style. Okay, if I copy this out, and if I try to paste it, okay, and also uncomment these lines. Okay, I think we got one error because of this is the semicolon. We need to actually give here one item count, right? If you am actually giving here one item count, let's give here item count as a 10. Then you can see it's scrollable, it's really scrollable, and you get 10 item count. If I give here 2, you can see a 2 item count. But when you actually remove this item count, if I save it, they actually give here so many item count, there's infinite time of item count. I think this is for the newer version of Flutter, but in the old version of Flutter, definitely you get error when you are not actually initialize the item code. But when you are not actually initialize the item code in this new version of Flutter, right? Definitely it actually give you the infinite of list style. Okay, so we can also using the item count property. Let's give here 2. It will show me 2 property. If I give here 10, so it will actually give us 10 property. Okay, see, there have just 10 projects, not 10 projects, actually 10 list style, right? So you can also create one, we can also make it separatable. You can also give here one divider. Okay, right? You can also give here one divider, and also you can also click the button, but right now you can see it's not clickable, right? You can also make it clickable. So to make it clickable, you can actually using one property that's called untap, and it will take one functions. If I am trying to print it, let's say button pressed. Okay, if I save it now, and now I can actually tap it. See, if I tap it, I can tap it. If I show on the output, just go on the output, and you can see button pressed. Okay, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10, 11, 12. Okay, you can also show it the positions, right? So to do that, you can also give here the index dot to string, because you need to actually make it string because you are trying to print it. You can also print the index also, no problem. If I save it, if I go on here and go to the output, and if I actually click on here, you can see 0 positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this last one, this is 9, because array is actually start from 0, so 0 to 9 it's have 10 count. That's mean item count is right now 10. Okay, simple. You can also give here some separator, so let's give here one separator. So you can also give here some divider. So to do that, you're actually using the listview.separator, and you'll take one builder that's called separator builder, and inside the builder you'll take one context and index. You can actually give here one divider. Simple. You can give here divider. If I save it now, so you can see here one divider actually coming up, but you are not actually see it clearly. You can also give here one color. Okay, so let's give here black color so that you can actually see. Okay, black color. If I save it now, and you can see here black color. Okay, that's really cool, right? Okay, you can also generate your own list and also iterate to all the value from here. So let's create one dummy. Let's create one dummy list, so that if you have any kind of list of images or list of name, how can we actually actually call them using the list view builder. So let's actually generate some list. So let's say list dot generate. We are going to actually generate some counter value so that we can actually use it for the testing purposes. Generate. Okay, okay, sorry, I need to actually give here one length. So let's give here length as a 100, and we'll take one context, not context, actually it will take one index, and it will returning, I'm going to try to returning one simple text. Okay, let's say let's return here the index. So now I'm going to call this. So it have one length, it has one length. So I'm going to actually pass here the list dot length. Okay, I'm going to actually give here list dot length, and also I am going to try to print the index of the list. So let's say lst, and I'm going to give here one index, and also what I'm going to do, I am going to show this item count on our text widget. So what I'm going to do, I can give here lst, and inside that I'm going to pass here the index. So that's mean it will go to the each of the list and trying to actually get the value based on the index value. And you can also change its text. So for that, I need to use in the lst and going to pass here the index. So if I save it now, you can see here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and up to 9 or 10. It's set 100, so it will go on the 100, right? So if I click on any button from the list style, if I let's press on the 63, and you can see a 63 is appear, 65, you can see here 65 is also appear here, right? You can also create any kind of dummy list. So let's create one dummy list also. Let's say final lst. Let's create some list for country. Okay, I think that should be not be same name. So let's say Bangladesh. Okay, so you can also using this list lst1, and if I go on the list view.builder, just pass here the list one length, and now I can also save it. Okay, okay, we got lst1, so this should be lst1. You also change it on here, and also change it on here, and also change it on here. So let's use the subtitle as a, let's say, country name. If I save it now, you can see Bangladesh, India, USA, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. Okay, you can also use the first letter of that. So let's use 0 right now, and we can got the first letter of the text: Bangladesh, India, USA, Nepal, Pakistan, and the Sri Lanka. You can also use your images. Also, you can just you need to create one list, and you can actually give here your image URL. Then you can actually based on the list, you can also iterate to all the value from here. So this is the all about the list view in Flutter. So now in this part, we are going to discussing that how can you load the images in Flutter. And it is so easy to actually load the image in Flutter. So let's see how can you do that. So for that, I'm going to create another class for image widget. So let's say image widget dot. And I'm going to actually create one stateless class, and for that I need to also import the material packages. And I'm going to create one stateless class, and I give here the widget name, let's say image widget. So now you can see here image widget is appeared on the Appbar. So now I'm going to take one body here on the scaffold, and inside this body I'm going to take one image widget. So let's say image, and after that, and it have few property like asset, file, memory. So first I'm going to load the images from the network. That's mean from the URL. So actually store some URL for the network image. So let's paste here inside our build context. Okay, and there should be one semicolon. Okay, let's close it right now so that you can see it clearly. So this our image URL, and inside that I need to give here the source of our URL. So let's give here URL image one, and now if I save it, it will take few seconds to load the images, and make sure that your internet connection should be on. You can see here my internet connection is on. If it's off, definitely it actually give you one kind of error. So we can also resolve them on the later on. Now let's understand the few property inside the network. So you can actually set here width and the height of your image. So let's give here width as a 100, and height, let's say give here height as a 100. Okay, if I save it now, you can see our image is actually saved into the width as a 100 and also height as a 100. You can also increase it. Let's give here 300, and it will try to make it inside the 300. Okay, you can see 300 and 100 is now right now my height. So if I make it 300, and it will try to actually make it bigger. You can also fit it based on your in your image widget. So for that, when you're trying to fit it, you can actually using one property that's called fit. So inside this, it will take one box fit, and inside this box fit it have some pre property. So I can actually using box fit dot cover. So when actually using this box fit dot cover, it will try to trace this picture, right? So if I save it now, it will try to trace this picture based on the width and the height. That means it will take the full width and the full height. If I actually remove this width and the height, and if I now save it, okay, and you can see here it has traced the whole image. That's going to fit the full image in this image.network. You can also wrap this inside and container. If I actually wrap this inside a container, and you can see it's nothing is actually happened, but how I actually give here one width and the height. So let's give here width as a 300, and give here height, let's give here 240. Okay, if I save it now, and you can see here it's appear, but it inside a container. If I actually give you one color, okay, let's give you one color of the container. Let's say colors dot, let's say red color. If I save it now, it is inside and container, but it's not visible because we need to actually give here the container width and the height. So if I actually give here any kind of width and the height of the container, so let's give here width as a 300, okay, and height as a, let's say give here height, so let's give here height, let's say give here 400. Okay, so if I save it down, you can see here based on the container it will try to trace the images. So if I remove this within the height from the here, from here, it will actually not changes, because how I actually wrap this image.network, that's the image widget inside a container, it will try to get this actual within the height of the container. Okay, So I'm going to remove all the line. That's why I'm going to remove this container widget from here. Just click on the bulb button and remove this widget. Okay. So now you can actually give here a custom width and the height. Now it actually work. Okay. And fit is try to trace the whole images. Okay. That we see. Okay. So if I actually make it to the 400, then you can see 400. Let's need it to crop in that. If I make it 50, just make it 50 now, and we'll give the height of the 50. Okay, so height and remove this feed property from here. If I save it now, and you can see it actually get the actual width and the height. So height actually using the feed property, it will try to stress this whole picture based on the 400 width and the 50 height, right? So this is all about the image.network. So we can also load the images from the memory. That's been asset. We can actually remove that. Also, we are going to discussing about the circle avatar. How can you make your image should be in a circle avatar? So let's discuss about that. So because of we have some multiple number of widgets, so we can wrap this body or image inside one list view. You can also use column widget, because column widget is not actually scrollable, but list view is really scrollable. So you can actually using one list view, and inside the children we can pass this image.network. Don't worry about this error, it will gone just a while. Okay, if I now save it, it will inside one list view, nothing is actually changes. And list view is nothing but actually display all the widget in one after another. So let's make it 240, and also let's make it 240. Okay, save it now, then it looks good right now. So now we are going to discuss about the circle avatar. So how can you actually use the circle avatar? So let's use circle avatar, and inside that we are going to pass here one children, or you can actually give here the background image. So let's try for the background image, then you actually go to the children one. How can actually using this one? But this background image have some disadvantage of using the background image in the circle avatar, but let's use that. But this background image actually take one image provider, so it's not actually taking image.network, so it will take one network image. So this is one our image provider, so this is our network image, and inside that it will take one source. So let's give here source as a image number 2. Let's copy this out and just paste it on here. Okay, if I save it now, and you can see here one circle avatar is coming, but no image is actually coming because of it actually loading the images from the internet. That's why it take a few times. Okay, so I can also initialize here one radius. So let's give here one radius. So if I actually initialize here radius as 1 to 0, so it will actually make this circle should be enough full. But the problem is, if I see, so what are the problem of this circle avatar, this background image? This is not actual full images that we actually see here. So let's use another image here. So for that I'm gonna actually define another variable. So let's say final image 3, and I'm going to paste here another link. Okay, so let's use this image 3 one. Okay, let's use this image 3. Okay, and just save it. Okay, and it will also load the images. Right now you can see your red, and this image is actually loaded. But what's the problem here using the background image in the circle avatar? If I see the whole images, so if I see the images, this is our whole images. It's not actually covered clearly. You can see here some part is also missing, this also missing. It will try to actually make this one circle point and try to actually make one radius. So this is the disadvantage of using a background image in a circular avatar. If you are using another child widget that's called clippable, it will actually cover all the whole images from here. So we are now, let's see how can you actually using the clippable to make this full image should be in a circle avatar. Okay, so for that I'm going to copy this circle avatar right now from here, and I am going to actually paste it again. Okay, and I am going to just change this background image. Instead of using the background image, I am going to actually use one child widget, and inside this child I am going to actually initialize here one extra widget that's called clippable. Okay, and this clippable this clippable also take one child, and inside the child what I'm going to do, I am going to actually using this image.network, because this is nothing but take one child, right? And this is not taking any provider. So network image is itself is a provider, but image.network itself is a widget. So if I copy this on and I'm going to paste it on here, and I'm going to actually using the image tree. So let's use the image tree right now. And if I save it now, just a while. So what are the basic difference between this image and this image? See, it is also scrollable, right? See, it's also scrollable. So the basic difference between this image and this image is it's just create one center inside our picture and create one rectangle, not rectangle, actually create one radius of 120, but this clippable is try to fix the whole picture inside the radius 120, right? So this is the goat of using the clippable inside the circle editor. Okay, so now we're going to see that how can you load the images from the asset. Okay, so for that, what you get to know, you need to actually create one extra folder inside this whole project. So just click here on the folder button and create one folder that's called assets. And inside this asset, I'm going to paste here some picture, right? So I paste here some picture inside our asset folder. So these are our images, and this one also, two images. So now we're going to load the images from this asset folder. So how can I do that? So I'm going to copy this image.network. Okay, just copy this one, and I'm going to actually paste it on here. So instead of using the image.network, I'm going to use this image.asset. Okay, this asset, and it will take one image. This is coming from the asset, that's when your path. So for that, what you need to do, you need to go on the asset folder. So let's initialize the path, let's say assets, and also your image name. So if I actually click here, and this is our image name, so let's give here image01, this image path dot jpg. But right now it's not to work. Why? We need to also go on our pubspec.eiml and go down when you can see asset, to add asset to your application, add an asset sections. So you need to also uncomment these lines. Okay, uncomment this line, and also you need to actually specify here your folder name. Okay, let's say assets, this one, and inside this folder I'm going to actually uh, extract, that's mean I'm going to actually take all the images inside the asset folder. So I'm going to remove these lines, and now I need to just save this, and also I need to restart these applications. Just a while it will actually getting the application pub.get. And if I need to also restart the application, just restart the application once times, and also go on our image widget.dirt and just need to save it. Okay, so after save this image, save this file, it will try to load all the images from the asset. That's not actually this picture from the asset. If I actually scroll them, you can see here one picture is also appear. If I using 02 number images, if I save it now, instead of using this, you can see here one image is also, I think there should be some path problem. I think this is the png, right? So you need to also change it based on our extension. So that's why it's not actually loaded, because it's not get inside the folder set. Okay, so that's why. So now you can see it's load the images. Okay, that's really cool. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to also use it in a circle elevator. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy this circle elevator, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it on here, right? And instead of using the image.network, I'm going to actually using the asset image. Okay, asset, and I'm going to pass here this one. Okay, and just image tree, instead of using image tree, I'm going to actually paste it on here. Okay, and it will load the images from here, and you can see cool circle avatar actually coming up. You can also do it for background images also. So for that, I am going to also copy this circle avatar, and I am going to paste it here again. And instead of using the network image, I'm going to actually using the asset image. Okay, this asset image, and inside this you need to actually paste here this your asset file. So just copy this out and paste it on here. Okay, just save it now, and if I actually go up, and you can see here, this is the difference between the circle better using the background image and also the clip rect. So when you restart the application, one problem is actually happening here. If I restart the application, just notice on here, it will try to load the images from the internet and sometime it will blank. And you can also see here, this is actually disappear and convert into red circle. So we can also resolve this problem. We can actually using one property on our image.network that's called loading builder, and to return three parameters that's called context, child, and the loading progress. So instead of using this blank or red circle, we are actually using one circle progress indicator. So for that, I'm going to actually show it inside one center widget so that it looks cool. So child, I am going to actually return here one circle progress indicator. So this one circle progress indicator, and if I now save the file, and you can see here, it will progressing the images again and again. Okay, we can also initialize here the actual width and height of the container. So instead of using the center, you can also wrap this center widget inside a container, and you can also give here width and the height of your container. So let's give here width of the container, let's say 240, and also give here one height. So let's give here height as a, let's say 240. If I now save this file, just a while, save this file, and this container, this circle progress are actually inside the middle of the container. So now when the progress loading progress is done, we are not going to show the circle progress indicator. Instead of showing the circle progress indicator, we are going to show the our child widget. So what we're going to do, we're going to actually using this loading progress indicator, and we are going to use one technique here. So if loading progress indicator equal to null, okay, if it is null, that's mean no image is coming. We are going to show the, we are going to actually show the which image, we're going to show this circle progress indicator. Otherwise we are going to show, otherwise we are going to show the child widget instead of using a progress indicator. We're going to show the uh, child widget, right? So for that you need to using the child, right? So let's say using the child, this child, if I now save it, if I now save it, okay, it's actually loading and loading, nothing is actually happening. Just a while, I think we don't mistake, instead of using, if the loading progress indicator equal to null, that's mean there should be some images. So we are going to return the child widget after that, otherwise we're going to actually return the actually container. Okay, so that's why there's a mistake. If I save it now, and you can see here one circle progress indicator, and if I now reload the or restart the applications, then you can see it actually loading the images from the network, and otherwise it will show the circle progress indicator. Just a while, circle progress indicator, and it will load the images. You can also do it in the all the images for the child table also. Okay, so this is all about the child widget in Flutter. So button is a widget in Flutter. Using button, you can do some operation. So there is so many button is available in Flutter, like elevated button, text button, and also the icon button. So let's take the example in VS Code. So now we are going to see the button widget in Flutter, and we are going to discussing about the different types of button widget in Flutter. So I am going to create one simple Appbar button widget and also one body, and inside that I'm going to take one list view because I'm going to show the all kind of button in Flutter. Okay, so first button is actually comes up, that's called elevated button. So let's say elevated button. Okay, so this elevated button actually take one unpressed method. This is by default, you need to actually give, this is compulsory, and also one child widget. So this one take one function. So this function is looks like that, one bracket and the one curly brackets also, and inside the child basically it's take one text widget. So if I give here one text widget, and now if I actually give here one text widget, so let's copy this elevated button and I'm going to paste it on here. Okay, if I save it now, and you can see one elevated button is also coming up. Okay, elevated button. Okay, you can also give here size of your elevated button, and also you can change the color of a button. So for that you are going to actually give here one property in the elevated button that's called style. That's when you can actually style your elevated button. So to do that we need to use elevated button dot style from, and inside that you can actually give here size. So let's give here first the minimum or maximum size you can actually give. Let's give here one minimum size, and it will take one size property, and inside that you can give the width and the height of your button. So let's give here 280, and also let's give here height 70. And if I save this, and it will convert this button into a 280 and the 70. You can also wrap this inside. You can also give here padding on the list view. So let's give here some padding from the all side. Okay, and you can see our elevated button is actually coming up. Okay, you can also change this text color or text inside the elevated button. So to do that you need to actually using another property that's called text style. Okay, so it will take one text style. So let's say use text style. You can also initialize it inside your text widget that you can see inside the child. So let's give here one font size. So let's give font size. So let's initialize here font size, let's say 24. Okay, if I now I think we got one error. What kind of error that you got? Okay, I need to give here another bracket. Okay, then it will actually gone. Okay, if I save it now, and you can see here elevated button is right now changes in the font size of 24. You can also change it in a bold color. Just in a bold. You can also change the font weight on here. So now let's change the primary color. So let's use here the primary color. So I'm going to click it to close that. So let's use one primary color. So let's use the primary color. So let's use, let's say colors dot, let's use one orange color right now. By default it red. Why? If I go on my main.dart file, I change it colors dot red. So that's why by default it changed into red color. Okay, so button widget, and let's close it right now. And if I change it and save it now, primary color equal to colors dot orange, and right now you can see here button is converted into orange color. So it have another property that's called on primary. So if I change it with another color, let's say colors dot, let's say black color. So if I save it now, and you can see our button text is converted into a black color. This primary is nothing but our background color, and this on primary is nothing but our foreground color. Okay, so there is another button in Flutter. This is called outline button. If I copy this out and also try to paste it on here and just change this to the outlined button. This was not outline button, it's called outlined button, this one. And I'm going to change it outline button to this one style. And on here this background color, that means foreground color, is not actually here on the outline button. If I save it now, you can see just a while, you can see here one outline button is also coming up, and you can also give here some spacing. So for that we are going to actually using one sized box, and we can give here one height. So let's give here one height. So let's say 15 as a height. Okay, comma, and just save it, and it will give here some space between the two widget. And this is nothing but our outline button. If I click on the outline button, you can see here one ripple effect is actually happening, and you can see a primary color is right now orange. If I change it to the red color, or let's say red accent color, if I save it now, it will convert it into red color. And when I press this button, and you can see here one red accent color ripple is actually happening. You can also let change it to the green or green accent, and if I save it now, and you can see here just a while it changes to the green accent, and one ripple effect is happening. That's called elevated button. And you can also print inside the on press. That's fine. Actually, a button is pressed, we can actually print something on the console. So let's say button pressed, or you can also say that which button is pressed, elevated button is pressed. Just paste it on here and just use one semicolon. Okay, if I save it now and also use it for our outline border button, just paste it on inside here and use this outline button. If I save it now and if I go on here, go on the output, if I go down, and if I click on the elevated button, and you can see here elevated button pressed, and also the outline button pressed. Okay, that is actually happening here. Okay, so this is all about the outline button. You can also give here one side. Okay, that's me. You can actually give here border side. So let's give see how can you use that. Let's say side, let's use one border side. Okay, this border side, and inside this border side we can actually initialize here color and width and the height of the border. So let's give here width as a 3 and just save it, and border is changes to the width of the 3, and you can also change in the color. So let's give here one color property inside our border side. So let's give here colors dot, let's if I give here let's say blue color, or give here blue FN color. Okay, I think there should be one border bracket mistakes. You need to also fix it how you need to do the coding in Flutter. Okay, and you can see here one blue border is actually coming up, and we can also click this button. See, one effect is actually coming up. Okay, so this is all about the outline button and the elevated button in Flutter. There should be another button in Flutter that's called icon button. So let's discuss about this icon button. So let's say icon button. So this icon button take again one unpressed method and also one icon. So let's give here one icon. Let's say icons dot setting. Okay, let's use one setting icon, but it will give me error. If I hover over here, it actually required one widget, but icons dot setting is not actually widget. This is one icon data. So it will take one icon widget, and inside that we can pass here our icon dot setting. If I save it now just a while, and one setting button is also appear, you can also change it color. So let's give here one color. So let's give here colors as, let's say colors dot, let's use blue color. Okay, let's use blue color, and if I save it now, our button should be converted into blue color. And you can also change the icon button size, because there should be one property that's called icon size. So if I actually give here one icon size and make it at 30, and if I now save it now, icon button is changed into 30, and I can also increase this. Let's increase is the 18 size, and you can see button is looks good. It's also clickable. You can also give here one size box between the outline button and also the icon button. Okay, so see, it's really looks cool. Elevated button and the elevated button. Okay, this should be the outline button, right? So let's change it to the outline button and just change it right now. Okay, elevated button, outline button, and also one icon button. Okay, so this is all about the button in Flutter. So now let's have a look the text field widget in Flutter. So I'm creating one basic template having one Appbar and also have one body, and I'm taking one stateful widget here and also importing the material package. So I am taking the list view because I'm going to show the all the widget one after another. So that's why I'm taking the list view. You can also take the column widget. So now I am going to taking one widget in Flutter that's called text field. So let's say text field. So if I actually enter it and save it this file, and you can see here one text field widget is also appear. If I click here, and you can see here my keyboard is also opening. Simple. Okay, So now we can give here some padding on the list view, then it looks good. Right now it looks really ugly because no padding is also giving at all positions. So you can also give here some padding. So let's give here add insect dot all. So let's give here some padding so that it looks really good. Okay, now it looks good. So now we can give some decorations on our text field. So for that it have one property that's called decoration. So it will take one input decorations. So input decoration, and inside that it have pre-property. If I control tab or control space bar, and you can see here border, you can also give here one border. So you can give here one outline input border. By default in the text field there should be looks rectangular and some border radius. So if I using this outline input border, and if I now save this file, and you can see here it automatically changes to the rectangular input border with have some radius, with have some border radius. So now you can actually give here some hint text, and also you can give here some label. So if I actually give here one label, let's give here one label. So this label is actually taking one text widget. So let's give here one text widget, and also give here, let's say, email. So if I save it, and you can see here email is appear on the label, and if I click here on the email, one animation is happening. You can see here email actually go on the top. Okay, and also we can give here one label text. Okay, instead of using the label, you can also using the label text, but this label text is not taking the widget. It will take one simple string. Okay, let's say email address. If I save it now, and you can see we got one error. Why error? You cannot give the label and the label text in the same time. Just comment out one line, and you can see here it's gone. If I click here now email address, and you can see it's really working fine. Okay, cool. So now what I can do, we can also give here one hint text. That's how our input should be look like. I think this is inside our decorations. Okay, so let's say hint text. So this hint text have so many property. You can also give here the hint text style, and you can also give here the hint text max line. You can also give here the hint text directions. So how the direction actually look like. So you can also give here one string. It's not taking the widget. So let's say our email address should be look like that. Name at the rate of gmail.com. Okay, gmail.com. Now you can see one hint text is appear name at the rate of gmail.com. So now what I can do, you can also give here one icon on our decorations. So it will take one icon widget, and we can also give here one icons inside our icon widget. So let's give here the icon for the mail. Okay, if I save it now, you can see one mail icon is appear, okay, before the text field. You can also give the icon inside your text field. So for that you need to actually using one property that's called prefix icon, not prefix. Okay, prefix icon. So you can copy this icon and just paste it on here, simple. And if I save it, we don't get any error. We actually get the icon or also the prefix icon in the same time. But in the label it will give the error. But this icon is looks really ugly, so that you can actually comment out here. Okay, so now it looks good. So using the we can also use the suffix icon. That's when you can also give here one icon on our tail of our text field widget. So let's give here one icon button, because I am going to actually do some changes on our button here. So when actually clicking at the unpressed button, that's mean this icon button, we are going to actually clear all the text inside our text field. So for that I'm going to actually let's use first one icons dot, let's say, clear. Okay, if I now save it, one clear button is appeared here. So when I click this button, you can see our ripple effect is happening, because this is one icon button, and I am discussing all the button earlier. So So now what I can do, we can clear the text inside the text field when actually clicking this button. So for that, we need to also get the text inside our text field widget. So for that, what I can do, we can actually creating one controller. So let's create one controller to actually taking the input inside our text field widget. So let's initialize one final variable, or final, not actually variable, this is called our instance for text editing controller. So let's say text editing controller and give here one name for your objects. So let's say controller. Okay, controller, and let's use this one and just paste it and one semicolon. And now I'm going to using this controller inside our text field. So if I actually using this controller, let's say controller, and if I actually using this controller, okay, so let's say controller, and now if I save it, and you can see just while actually clicking this button, we need to also clear the text inside our controller. So for that, I am going to actually remove all the text inside our controller. So let's say controller dot clear. Okay, clear. So when I click this cross button, all the text inside our text field should be gone. So if I click here on here and type here something, let's say z z z z z, and if I clicking this button, and you can see here it is disappear. That means it actually clicking clear all the text inside your text field widget. Okay. You can also change one thing, that is if there is no text in your text field widget, that's mean if your controller is empty, you can also make it invisible. Okay, you can also change this visibility. Okay, so for that, what I can do, I am going to actually creating one condition, if else conditions. So for that, I'm actually showing you one shortcut technique to actually using the if else inside your code. So let's assume that if there is no text inside our controller, so let's say controller dot text dot is empty. If the text is empty, we are going to actually using one blank container with height. That's mean nothing is here, no icon is here. Okay, so let's say we give here one width. We are going to change this to the width should be 0. And also if this is not satisfied, if this is not okay, I think this is not, this is 0. So if this condition is not satisfied, we are going to actually visible the clean button. Okay, this is one simple expression. If this condition is true, then it is work. If this is false, so this condition should work. If I save it now, you can see here no text is that's mean our controller inside the text field is right now empty, so that's why our clear is actually gone. If I type here something on the text field widget, and you can see here nothing is also appear. That's mean our text field, that's our suffix icon is not appear. Why this is happening? Because we actually changing the state here, and we need to also take this state should be listenable, then it will work. So for that, we need to also make it should be listenable. So for that, we need to also using one init state. Init state means when the application is run, by default it is calling them. So I am going to actually calling this controller, and when the application is running, I am going to actually by default adding this listener, that means it should listening the controller again and again, then it will try to set the state. Okay, so let's give here set state, and now if I save it, and if it's not work, just restart the applications, then maybe it will work. Okay, so I'm actually hot restart the application. Now if I click here, okay, click here on the name at the rate of gmail.com, and if I type here something on this text field widget, and you can see here clean button is appeared. If I click here, and you can see it will gone also. Okay, so now it looks really good, and it's also work fine. Okay, so now what you can do, you can also change the text input actions, and you can see by default is right now done. We can also change this to the next. Okay, so for that, I am actually using one property inside our text field, that's called text input actions. So it will take one text input action. So let's say text input action dot, I'm going to make it should be go. Okay, Let's go to the next. It will show the next sign on your keyboard. Okay, I think it's not work in the time. I think, oh, that's work here. Okay, it will right now it done, but it not work right now. It will change this to the go. Just a while you need to actually, it will take really while time to highlight the changes. The text input action, it will take while to actually build in the application, and after that keyboard should be changes. So now also take a look for the keyboard one. That's mean you can also change the keyboard type. So let's say your field is right now for your mobile number. So you don't need to actually, you don't need the text on your mobile number, right? So for that you can also change your keyboard type should be number. So that's mean when actually typing, click on the TextField widget, number keyboard is actually pop up. Okay, so for that I'm actually using the text field input type. So let's say text input type. So I'm going to change this to the number. Okay, let's use the number one. So if I now save it and also hot restart the applications, if it's not changes, really it takes a few times to actually change this um, changes this changes this inside our code. That's not our applications. So now it's really work now. If I actually clicking on this here, and you can see here number is appear, and also this done button is converted into the go button. Okay, that's really cool. We can also change it. So we can also uncomment this line, comment this line, because we are actually focusing on the email address. So we don't need the text input type should be in a number. You can also make it should be text input type should be email address. You can. So now let's have a look for the password also. So let's design one for the password. So let's just copy this text field from here. Okay, and I am going to actually paste it on here. Okay, and also give here some sizes. So let's give here one simple size box so that you can actually get some space between the two widgets. So let's say give here one sized box and give here some height. So let's give here some height. Let's say give here 20 and just save it. And also we don't need this hint text. Let's remove those lines. Okay, and also change this email address to the password. You can also give the hint text on your password field, that how your password look like. You can also give here some error message also. You can see here error text. So let's say password is weak. If I save it now, and you can see a password is weak on the error message. Okay, it changes in the email address and also the password, because we actually using the same controller. No problem, we actually resolve the problem. So I'm actually showing another technique to actually creating taking the input from the text widget. I'm not actually using the controller right now. I am taking another technique to actually taking the input from the text field. So this is one function that's called unchanged, and this unchanged, it will take one parameter as argument that's called value. Okay, so when this value is actually taking inside our text field, we are going to actually store into one symbol variable. Okay, so let's create one variable for that. So let's say string. So this is for password. So let's create one for password, and let's make it right now empty. And we can also use it in, we can also assign this password should be in our value. Okay, this value we can also try to print it. So let's try to print here the password that is saved. Okay, so we can also remove this. Okay, we don't need to remove this anything from here. Okay, so let's give an hot restart. So now let's open the terminal and see the output. Okay, and just save the file now. and if I click on the password, and if I type something on the password field, let's say and you can see here this password is really saving here. Okay, you can see here it also saving inside the password. Okay, now we can also show it after the password field. We can also check it out that it's really changes or not. So let's show it inside one text widget. Okay, so this is one for password, and also give here some space between the widgets. Okay, so now you can see here as also appear. If I actually remove this and type here anything, but nothing is really happening. You can see here if I go on the console, and you can see here it's printing, but it's not changing this password in the text widget. Why? Because the state is right now changes. So that's why you need to also do it inside our set state. Okay, inside our set state, and you need to also copy this password and just paste it on here. Okay, so now you can see here how you need to type something inside our password field. You can also see here it also changes on here. Okay, see, it also changes on here. Okay, so we can also make this password field should be invisible. We can also do that. We can also do that. So it have one property in the text field that's called obscure text. So if I make this obscure text should be true, if I now save it, and if I click on the password, it actually showing in my real-time device, but in my mirroring I don't know why it's not actually showing, because maybe this is password, that's why. So if I type anything inside our email addresses, but it's showing, but if I click on the password, but it's not showing on the mirror, but it's showing on my real devices. Okay, no problem. So if I actually making this obscure text should be false, I think then it will be showing. Okay, so now if I click on the password, now you can see here it's showing. Okay, so if I make it should be true now, and now if I save it, now you can see here it also showing here. Okay, that's good. So if I type anything inside our password, let's put here my name, and you can see here it also make this password should be obscure, and also you can see here the password. This is my password. I type here it and also show it. Okay, this is really cool. Okay, so you can also remove this suffix icon. Okay, also you can actually convert it to the visibility, and the visibility should be off using this. You can also actually keep here one condition that high and the visibility should be on and high and not. So for that, when you clicking the visibility button, we can actually see the text field. That's when you're going to see the password, and when I click the visibility should be off, and our obscure text should be off. So for that, what I can do, we can taking one variable for obscure text. So let's say obscure. By default, let's make it as false. Now we can using this sorry on here. Okay, suffix icon. So let's say by default, let's make it this icon button should be visible. So let's the icon button, and it'll take one onPressed method, and the our icon should be, let's say icons dot visible visibility. Let's make the visibility right now first off, because right now it's the off. That's mean our obscure text should be in a off mode. That's mean the false mode of. and also changing the bracket. Okay, now let's save the file. And you can see here no visibility icon is appear. Okay, we can also change it. So when I clicking this button, nothing is happening. So if you're clicking this button, you need to also change this to be visibility should be on, and also the password is also be visible. Okay, if I click here on the password, you can see here by default it's right now false. That's why it's showing the password. Okay, so if I try to change something on the icon button, so let's say when you press the button, when you press this button, we are going to make should be true, false to be true. Okay, so for that I'm going to make it as obscure text equal to not equal to obscure. Okay, not equal to obscure. So when I clicking this button for the obscure, by default it false. So when I clicking this icon button, it should be converted into the true. So when it is true, if it is true, we are going to show that as a visibility should be on. If it is false, we're going to make it as on, right? So for that, we actually using the same technique for the if else conditions. So let's say if the obscure should be true, if the obscure is true, we are going to show that our visibility should be on. Okay, otherwise we're going to show it that our visibility should be off. Okay, so let's say icon, and inside this I'm going to actually using the icons dot visible. So now if I save it, and you can see here visibility is right now closed. If I click this button, nothing is also happen because we changing the state. So that's why it also using the set state. Okay, and inside this you need to actually paste it on here, obscure text. Okay, now you can see here by default is closed. If I click the button, and you can see here it converted into visible. Click again, visible off, visible on. But our text is not changes. Yeah, it's also changes, right? See, visible on and the visible off, visible on, visible off. Really, it's working really fine. Okay. So this is all about the TextField widget. You may see in the most of the application there should be multiple number of screen, and also we need to go to the one screen to the another screen in our application. To do that, we can use the Navigator in Flutter. That's when we can go to the one page to the another page in Flutter. Let's assume that I have three screens. If I try to go on the first screen to the second screen, we can using navigator.push. If I try to go to the second screen to the third screen, we can actually using the navigator.push. If I try to back to the second screen to the first screen, we can use navigator.pop. If I try to navigate to the third screen to the first screen, we can use the navigator.pop until. So there are so many types of navigator in Flutter: push, pop, push replacement, and the pop until. So let's try to implement it in the Flutter and go on our VS Code. So now let's see the different types of navigator in Flutter. So I actually create one page and we have one Appbar with page 01 and also create one elevated button. So how I actually press this button, I need to go on the second number page, right? I'm going to remove this one just. And I'm going to go to the page number 01 to the page number 02 when I'm clicking the page number 01 button, right? So for that, I need to also create another screen. So you can also create another screen here, but I'm going to create the screen in the same file so that you can actually, when you download the code, you can get all the file in the same file. Okay. So let's say STF, I'm going to create one stateful widget, and let's give here one page name. Let's say page number 02. And I'm going to just copy this one, this body from the center. Okay, I think we need also scaffold. So let's copy the scaffold. And I'm going to just paste it on here, right? And I'm going to change this to page number 02 and also this button to the page number 02. Okay. So now if I save it, okay, cool. So now if I click on the page number 01, nothing is happened because we don't navigate to the one page to the another page because our function is right now empty. So what is Navigator in Flutter? Navigator is actually using one data structure in programming that's called a stack. So a stack means last in, first out, this kind of data structure. So it have two property, push and pop. Simple. In Navigator also have this property that's called navigator.push and navigator.pop. So now let's see the first operation that's called push. So how you actually try to push something on a stack, that's called push. Okay, so let's say navigator. Okay, so navigator page, this one navigator. Okay, so navigator or dot push. So this push is taking one context. That's mean you build context and also one route. So in Flutter, there is a one built-in page route that's called material page route, and inside that you will take one builder. So this builder is nothing but taking the same context, that's your applications, and where you are trying to go. So I need to go on the page number 02, the page number 02, and also the semicolon. Okay, I think one bracket mistakes. Right now, got. So if I now save this, just save it, and if I click on the page number 01, it will go to the page number 02. If I click this back arrow button, right now I'm the page number 01. So what actually happening on the push? So this push is trying to push the page number 02 top of the stack, right? So that's why you can see here one back arrow button. But now when I click on the page number 02, nothing has happened because my function of the page number 02 is right now empty. So how can we remove the top of the stack? So to remove the top of the stack, we can use navigator.pop. See, one important thing here, navigator.pop. Okay, that's mean we are going to the page number 01 to the page number 02. So if I trying to pop the second number screen, definitely go to the first number screen, right? Sorry. So right now we are in second screen. So this push is nothing but push the second screen top of the first screen, right? That's one kind of layer. So stack is falling last in first out. So while actually using the navigator.pop, it will actually pop the last layer. That's been page number 02. So if I now save it, and if I click on the page number 02, see button, we got the page number 01. That means it will try to remove the page number 02 from the stack. So that's why right now in the first page, if I click here on the page number 01, you can see here one back arrow button. If I click on the back arrow button, it's also happening. If you remove this navigator pop, instead of using that, if I click on the page number 01, you can also see the back button. Okay, if I click on this back button or click on the page number 02, nothing is happening. But if I click on the back arrow button, it will remove this element from the stack. Okay, so now let's say you have one splash screen. You don't need to give this kind of back arrow button on the splash screen. So for that, how can you actually handle them? Yes, you can also handle them using the push replacement. Let's say push replacement. So if I use in push replacement, if I use push replacement, if I save it now, okay, if I go on the back and page number 01, see nothing is happened. There's been no back arrow button is appear on the Appbar, right? Because we're using push replacement. So if I actually pop this one, if I try to pop the screen from here, see what actually push do and what the push replacement do. So basically, what are the basic difference between the push and the push replacement in the Navigator? See, if I click, okay, let's restart the applications. Okay, so right now we are in page number 01. So if I click on the page number 01, we are in page number 02. But when I click the page number 01, see, one error is happening. See, black screen. But why the black screen? Because that's are the basic difference between the push and the push replacement. So push replacement is actually remove the first element from the stack. That's mean it will replace the, it will actually replace in the, instead of using the page number 01, it will replace in the page number 02. That means it will delete the page number 01 from the stack. Then it will replace them with the page number 02. So that's why we got one error, because in the pop, nothing, no context is actually inside a stack. So that's why we got this kind of error. Okay. So when actually use the push replacement, don't use the pop. Okay, on the another screen. So just restart the application now. Okay, cool. So now we're going to use another method that's called pop until. So for that, we need to also create another screen. So see, so let's say class, okay, STF, that's mean stateful class, and let's say page number 03. So let's assume that I need to go to the page number 02, 03 to 01. So how can I go? We need to go on the page number 02, then we can go to the page number 01. But we can directly go to the page number 02, 03 to the 01. Definitely you can use Navigator to push, but there should be another method to go. Okay, so let's copy this out, this full scaffold, and just replace it with them. You can also create another screen for that. Just create another class, and you can also replace this file. But for your case, actually, I'm using in the same file, right? So let's replace it with page number 03 and also this one page number 03. Okay. So now let's make it is push, not push replacement. Say. So I need to go on the page number 03 to the page number 01. So let's also make this page number 02 to the this is page number 03. Okay, page number 01, page number 02, page number 03. So now if I click on the page number 03, I need to go on the page number 01. So how can we go? So I think we can use navigator.pop. So let's see. So if I using the pop, so see what happening here. If I actually using navigator to pop, if I click on the page number 03, I go on the page number 02. If I click on the page number 02, I go to the page number 03 because this is push. But if I'm trying to go to the page number 03 to the page number 01, how can I do that? We can use pop until. So navigator dot pop until. Okay, so it will take one context and also take one route. Okay, by default it false, so we can also make it with the with true. Okay, so for that we are going to use one model route, this model route dot with name. So with name with one slug. So by default the home is nothing but this kind of slug, single slug. Okay, that means single black slash. Okay, so when actually clicking this page number 03, we go on the page number 01. So this is for the home page sign. Okay, if I now save it and click on the page number 03, we directly go to the page number 01. See, we go on the page number 01. Okay, so this is all about the navigator. So now let's see how can you pass the data from the one screen to the another screen. So now if I trying to pass the data from the one screen to the another screen, we can also do that. So let's say I am going to pass the data from the page number 01 to the page number 02. Okay, so for that we need to create one constructor. So let's say data, and I'm going to pass that this kind of message from the page number 01 to the page number 02. Let's say come, or let's say data comes from page number 01. Okay, so now I need to initialize this data also, right? So for that we need to also create one constructor on our page number 02. So how can you create one constructor? So for that we can create one constructor inside that. So let's say this dot data, and also we need to define the variable. So let's say bar data, right? We can also remove this constant. Okay, so now our error is gone. I think this is inside. We don't need to give here any semicolon inside the constructor. So now if I save it, we don't have any error, right? So right now we are in the right path, right? So now if I am trying to show it in our page number 02, so let's define one column widget so that we can also define actually print also the text widget in a single column. So let's say children. Inside this children, I'm going to just copy this elevated button. Let's cut it and paste it here, and also remove this child widget from here, and I am going to show one text widget. Okay, so text widget, I'm going to pass here my data, right? But see, we got one error in the data because this is one stateful widget. So when actually using the stateful widget and passing the data from the one screen to the another screen, make sure that you use widget.data. Okay, widget.data. And also let's change the main axis alignment of our column. So let's say main axis alignment, let's say main axis alignment dot center, and also use the cross axis alignment in center. So let's say cross axis alignment, let's say use cross axis alignment dot center. Okay, center. Let's save it now. And now let's test it out. Click on the page number 01. Okay, we go on the page number 02, and also you can see here data counts from the page number 01. So we can pass the data from the one screen to the another screen, but right now cross axis alignment is not work, and also the main axis alignment. So you can also solve it. You need to use one sized box. Okay, sized box, and inside this just give here one width and use one width double dot infinity. If it is not work, in your case main axis element and the cross axis element, sometimes it's not work, just actually follow this step. Now you can see it on the center. Okay, you can also give here one sized box, and inside this let's keep here one height. So let's give here height as a 12 or 15, whatever you can. Okay, cool. Let's save it now. Now it looks cool. Data comes from page number 01. If you change the data from here, let's say knowledge doctor. If I save it now, and you can see just a while it's not actually reloaded, just you need to go on the back on the page number 01. If I click on the page number 02, and you can see here knowledge doctor. Simple. That's mean we can pass the data from the one screen to the another screen, right? So this is all about that. Pageview widget in Flutter. A Pageview is a Flutter widget that creates scrollable pages on the screen. Let's assume that you are trying to create one introduction screen for your applications, or you can say the onboarding screen for your application. To do that, you can actually using the Pageview widget in Flutter. So now let's have a look at the example of the Pageview widget in Flutter. So now let's see the example of the Pageview in Flutter. So I'm creating one basic template with having one Appbar and also one title in the center. Okay. So now I'm going to take one body. So let's say body. And inside this body, I'm taking one predefined or pre-built widget in Flutter that's called Pageview. Okay. So let's create this Pageview. Okay. If I now save it, no error, right? No error. Okay. So this Pageview is taking multiple number of widget. Okay. So that's it have one children. So inside the children, you can actually pass here. Let's pass here 3 container. So let's change this, the page number 02, page number 03, and also page number 04. So now if I also change this color, let's say green color, let's make it as blue color, and also let's make it as accent color. Okay, okay, not accent actually. Let's make it as amber color. Let's save it now. And you can see here Pageview, page is actually coming up. We can also make this text widget inside one center widget. So that our text is appear on the center. Okay, cool. So now if I scroll this, you can see here we go on the page number 02, page number 03, and also page number 04. We have 4 pages. Okay. See. So you can also see the index of the page view. So for that, it have one property that's called onPage changed. So let's say onPage changed, and it will take one index. That's the current index of the page. We can also try to print it out. So let's try to print the index. Right now in which page we are. Let's save it and go on the console. And see the output now. Right now we are in a page number 01, that's been index number 0. If I actually scroll down, and you can see 1. If I go back, you can see here 0, 1. That's mean array is actually start from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, and nothing has happened because this is page number 4. But at the array it's right in 3. Okay, we have 3 pages. See, we got the index, right? Cool. So it have also some property. It have one scroll direction. You can actually scroll in, by default is horizontal, and you can also make it vertical. So let's change the scroll direction. So let's say scroll directions. So let's make this direction in the vertical also. Okay, by default it's horizontal. If I save it now vertical, we can actually scroll in vertical. See how cool is it? Okay. Okay, cool. So we can also make it physics, not scrollable. So let's say never scrollable physics. So right now, if I save it now, we can't scroll it, right? We can't scroll it. We can't scroll it. But I scroll it, but we can't scroll it right now. See, no scrollable. Okay, let's remove this vertical. Okay, so we cannot scroll in the horizontal also. If I remove this, and now you can see here we can scroll it. Okay, right? We can scroll it. Simple, we can scroll it. So this is about the physics in page view. So we can also control them. We can also create one controller and also control them without scrolling. So let's try to comment that and also create one controller. So let's create one controller and also make it, let's say, controller. And let's create our page view controller. So for that, you have to go on here. Let's say final page controller, and let's give here the same name that we give here on the controller and equal and page controller. Okay, so how we create our controller, now we can control the page without scrolling. So for that, I am taking two button, our Appbar action button. So let's give here one actions, and inside this we give here two icon button. So one for the back and another for the next page. So let's say icon button, and inside this we have one unpressed, and also we have one icon. So let's give here icon, and inside that I'm going to give here one icons dot arrow. Let's left. Okay, and also another icon button for right. So let's give here arrow right. If I save it now, and you can see here two buttons appear, this one and also this one. Okay, cool. So now if I click on this button, nothing has happened, but we can also scroll. We cannot actually scroll this. Okay, scroll this page, right? So how can you solve that? So using this controller, we can actually solve them. So let's say controller, this controller dot, I am going to actually navigate to the next page or the previous page. So this is for the left arrow, that's mean this one. So this is for the previous page. So let's say controller dot previous page, and inside this you need to give here the durations. So let's give here one duration, let's say durations, and inside it will take 1 millisecond or microsecond, whatever you can. Let's give here millisecond, let's say 1000, and also one curve. So let's give here one curve also. So let's say curves curves dot, let's say using its in, and also one semicolon. Okay, so this is for previous page. If I save it, if I click on this button, nothing is also happened because this is the first page. No page is before it. Okay, so we can also, when I click this button, this right button, we need to also go to the next page. So for that, you can actually copy this out and just paste it on here. And instead of using the previous page, we actually using the next page, right? Next page. If I now save it, right now you can see here never scrollable. We can scroll them, but when I click this button, we go to the page number 02. See how animation is looks like. See, and also this one. If I click this button, we are in a previous page, right? That's really cool. You can also you can actually give here some last number of duration also. Let's give here 500, and if I click this now, and you can see it's so speed previous than. Okay, you can also use any kind of animation, crops or let's say browns in. Let's use this. If I click it here, and you can see here some effect, bounce effect. Okay, you can also delete them. So this is all about the page view in Flutter. Oh, sorry, this is not all about the page view because one thing is also left. So instead of using the container, you can also using screen, right? So let's see how can I also deal with them. Let's use this button widget. This is another screen. You can also use the inside the page view. Let's use that. Instead of using this first container, I am just going to use this button widget because this is screen, right? We need to also import it, right? Just click here this bulb button and also import it. And if I now save it now, and if I go on the previous, okay, you can see here button widget, right? So instead of using this two Appbar, you can also remove one Appbar from here, okay? Or you can also remove this scaffold Appbar, okay? It's up to you. See, so you can also using the screen instead of using the container, you can also give here any kind of screen inside your children widget in Flutter. That's in the page view, right? So now this is all about the page view in Flutter. TabBar widget in Flutter. Hopefully you use the WhatsApp. Later on you also make that. In WhatsApp, maybe you see 4 tabs: camera, chat, status, and also for call. So this is the TabBar widget. Using this TabBar widget, you can actually making this kind of tab. So let's have a look at the example and try to implement it in Flutter. So now let's see the example of TabBar in Flutter. So this TabBar is actually the property of the Appbar. This is on the bottom property, and inside the bottom property you can actually specify here the TabBar. So let's say TabBar. So this is the TabBar. So this TabBar actually taking the list of tabs. So inside this you can actually give here the tab. So space control space bar, and you can see here the property of that tabs. It have one child. You can actually give here child. It have height. It have icon margin, and also key and the text. Okay. So let's give here one text. So let's say this is for, let's say, tab 01, and let's create for the multiple tabs. Just copy this out, and I'm going to just create 3 tabs here. Just 3, 2, and 3. And if I save it now, okay, okay, we got one error. We got the error that's no tab controller for TabBar. So for controlling the TabBar, we definitely have one controller. So to do that, you need to just click on the scaffold and click on the bulb button, wrap with widget, and we have one widget that's called default tab controller. Okay, tab controller. And inside that, you need to give here one length, then your error is gone. So length means how many tab that you needed, right? Right now we needed 3 tab because we have 3 tabs we actually already specify here. So if I save it now, and you can see here tab 01, tab 02, and tab 03. You can also scroll them, not a scroll. You can also just click on the tab, but you cannot scroll them. Okay, see, we cannot scroll them. So just we can click them, tab 1, tab 02, and tab 02. To scroll them, we can actually using one TabBar view. This is right now empty. Okay, so we can use one body inside our scaffold, and we can use one TabBar view. Okay, this is a TabBar view, and inside this TabBar view it will take some children. Okay, so make sure that your length and also your tabs and also your TabBar view should be same. So this TabBar actually take multiple widget that's in a list. Okay, so you can actually give here any kind of widget, also any kind of screen. So I'm just give here some container. So just I'm going to copy the container from the page view that's we do earlier. So I'm going to just copy this container for example, and I'm change this to the tab number 01, and also just copy this out. I'm so lazy. All right, so now if I save it now, and you can see here tab 3. Now we can actually scroll them like page view, right? See, like page view, you can scroll them. Simple. And also, if I actually creating another tab and paste it, you see we got one error. Just a while. If I save it now, if I scroll it, oh no, I scroll it because we got one error. We have property 3 does not match the number of tabs is 4. So that's why if you give here length as a 3, make sure that your tab should be 3 also, and also your tab view should be 3. Okay, then you don't get any error. You can also give here, also icon also. So let's keep here one icon. So icon, it's taking one icon property, and inside this, let's say icons dot, let's say this is for home, and also give here some property of that, this one, and also let's this one. Let's make it as, let's say star, and let's make it for person. Let's save it now. And you can see here with also icon and also text. Okay, that's really cool. Okay, so instead of using the page view, you can also using the TabBar widget. In WhatsApp clone, you can actually using this TabBar widget instead of using the page view. So we also created the WhatsApp clone in this course, so don't worry. So this is all about the TabBar widget in Flutter. White man, another thing also left. You can also use any kind of screen instead of using the container. So let's use one widget. So let's check which one. Let's use the row column, and let's use this one and go on the TabBar widget. I'm going to paste it on here. Okay, and also I need to import them, right? Just click on here and just click there and also click here. Okay, see, we have also the row and column tab, right? You can also remove the scaffold from your row and column, then it will gone. Okay, that's when you can actually replace the screen on your TabBar view, right? Any kind of screen you can. Now this is all about the TabBar widget in Flutter. Card widget in Flutter. So card widget in Flutter is a sheet of material used to represent all the similar information in the single block. And also in the card widget, you can see here one rounded corner and also have some elevations. We cannot set the height and the width of the cart widget. So to do that, we need to wrap this cart widget inside one container so that we can actually give the width and the height of the cart widget. So now let's have a look at the example of the cart widget and also try to implement it in Flutter. So now let's see the example of cart widget and how it looks like. So you can see here I'm taking one simple scaffold, and inside this it have an Appbar, and Appbar name is cart widget. So now I'm going to take one body inside the scaffold. So let's give here one body, and I'm going to take one cart widget. Okay, let's say cart widget, simple cart. If I save it, nothing is happen. No cart is appear here. If I'm trying to give here some colors, so I can. So let's give here one colors. Let's say colors dot, let's say red color. If I now save it, and you can see nothing is appear. Why? Because you can set the width and the height of the card. So if you are trying to set them, you need to use the container widget. Just you need to wrap this card using one container widget or one size box. Okay, so let's go on here and just click on the card and just click on the bulb button and wrap with container. So now if you're trying to give the width and the height of the container, it will take. That's mean the wrap, that's mean this card is automatically taking the width and the height of the container, and it will actually expand them, right? So let's give here one width, let's say 200, and also give here one height of the container. Just it. That's mean cart is trying to adjust the width and the height of the container and trying to wrap them. Now you can see here it give the color of the this card, actual card. If I actually remove this color and if I now save it, and you can see here one card is appear with thumbs up elevation, that means shadow of black color. So if I'm trying to give some color on the container, see one thing is happened. Let's say colors dot, let's say red color. Okay, red. See, so in the back container and in the front we have the card. Okay, right? So this is like that using of the card widget. So if I try to make it double dot, double double dot infinite, and it will take the infinite of the width of the container. Okay, so we don't need the color right now, and let's try to make it so little. Let's make it 100. Now it looks good. Okay, so if I'm trying to actually give here some property of the card, so it have so many property. It have the property of color that you actually give here already, and it have also one property that's called shape. By default, card have one rectangular shape, okay, and the shape is also take, that's mean if you're trying to actually give here some custom border side, that's in border radius, you can actually give that. So by default it will take one rounded, rectangular border, rounded rectangular border, this one. And inside this you can give here one border radius, and it will be should be circular. So let's say border radius dot circular, and if I try to give that circular, let's give here 12. And if I now save it, and it will convert, you can see here some border. And if I try to give here some color, then you can actually see it clearly. Let's say green ascent. And now if I save it, now you can see here you can see the rectangular border, okay. If I'm trying to increase it, let's say 20, then you can see easily, see your border radius is right now changes. But by default, if I am not giving this shape, by default it also take one rectangular shape, okay. See, it will take one rectangular shape also, right? So we can give here some custom shape also, okay. That's in border radius. Now it have one another property that's called elevation, okay. So let's give here one elevation. If I give here elevation, it's let's say 5, and this elevation taking one double value, okay. You can give here 5.0 or 5.2 like that. So let's give here 5 now, and you can see here some elevation of black color. You can also change it the color, that's called shadow color. So let's give here one color, let's say colors dot, let's say give here which color, let's say give here one blue color, this blue color. Just save it, and you can see here blue, you can see shadow is right now converted into blue color. So if I try to actually increase it, the elevation, and you can see here a blue color is right now appear, okay. So you can also change it, and you can also play with them to change the elevations from your card widget. And also it have one margin property inside your card widget, so you can also give here one margin inside your card widget. So it will take one its insect dot, you can give here margin from all the side, you can give here left, top, right, and the bottom. Let's give here the margin from the all the side, let's give here 12, and take one margin from the all the side. So let's also decrease it, let's here 8, and now it looks cool, okay. You can also give here some opacity of the card also, and also you can also set here one picture inside your card, okay. So if you're trying to actually set here one image, so you can actually using one child property inside your card widget. So let's give here one image dot, I'm going to take the image from the asset. So let's put here one image from my asset folder. I have 2 images, so let's put here another picture. So now let's give here the image path, so it is on the asset folder. So let's say assets, and this picture name kedarnath.jpg. Let's save it, and you can see here picture is appear. So you can also increase the height of our card widget. So let's give here 500, and check this out, it's so bigger, right? So we can also make it little, so let's say 300, and now it looks good. And you can also change that, okay. That's mean we can also make this fit should be box fit dot cover. So let's say box fit dot cover, right? So now if I save it, and you can see it's covered, but one problem is happening here. See, this picture is not right now rectangular, it's not actually changes the shape of the image based on the card. So how can you resolve them? You can see it's right now it's not in the border radius of the image is not circular. That's mean our card is changed, but how you actually give here image, it's not changed based on the card. So for that we can actually using one property on the card that's called clip behavior. So it will take one clip, and let's use this anti-alias, and just save it. And now you can see here your border is right now converted into the circular border of the 12 pixel, okay. If I trying to change this 20, and you can see here it changes to the 20, okay. So let's take it as 12. So if you're trying to actually using this inside listview.builder, you can actually do that. So how can you do that? You need to just use one listview.builder, and you can actually use that. So listview.builder, you can also use the cart widget instead of using the list style inside the list builder. So this builder is take one item builder, and item builder take one context and also take one index, and finally it will try to return something. So let's say return, I am going to return this whole container, and I'm going to just paste it on here. Okay, and I think there should be one semicolon, and now if I save it, and you can see here so many pictures is appear. Okay, so many pictures appear, and you can also give here some item count. Okay, let's say give here item count. So item count, let's give here 5. If I now save it, and you can see item count should be right now 5 containers, 5 widget, and see it's really looks good. Okay, you can see here so many coal, you can see here elevations. So how in actually trying to fetch the data from the API, you can actually using these Listview.builder, and inside that you can use these card widget instead of using a list style. Right now it looks really good. Okay, so this is all about the card widget in Flutter. Drawer widget in Flutter. How are you actually using the application? I think you see one hamburger menu. If you click the hamburger menu, one drawer is comes up. So this is called the drawer in Flutter. So let's create this drawer inside our Flutter application. So now let's have a look at how can we create one drawer widget inside our Flutter applications. So I'm taking one simple Appbar with having one text widget called drawer widget. So now I'm going to take one drawer inside our scaffold. So let's go on here and try to do that. So it have one property inside your scaffold that's called drawer, and it will take one pre-built Flutter widget that's called drawer. Okay, so if I now save it, and you can see here one hamburger menu is actually coming up. If I click on it, and you can see here our drawer is right now opened. If I click on something on here, and it will gone. Okay, you can also change this drawer from this corner to this corner also. For that you need to using another property that's called and drawer. And if I save it down, and it will go on this side. If I actually click on here, and it will also appear. Okay, so just focus on the drawer, just simple drawer, this one on the side. So now if I click on here, it also appear. Now it also try to change the layout of our drawer. So inside that we have one header and also have one body inside our drawer. So for that, what you're gonna do, you're gonna first actually assume that this is one kind of container, and inside this container you actually set here some element. So for that we can scroll them. Maybe if there is a multiple number element, we need to also scroll them. You can also take one column, or you can take also one list view, but column is not actually scrollable. If you are trying to make it scrollable, you need to actually wrap this widget inside your single child scroll view. But I am taking one list view inside our drawer. So let's create one list view inside our drawer. So this drawer have one child widget. So child widget, inside the child we can take one list view. Okay, because list view is actually scrollable, so that's why I'm taking one list view. Okay, now if I save it, nothing is changed here. You can see any changes on our drawer. So now inside this list view we are going to divide them in two parts. So first one is our drawer header, this part, and also this our body. So let's initialize here one widget also. Let's say drawer header, this one. So this will take one child on the drawer header. So in our drawer header we have some property, we have some picture, we have some tags inside that. So that should be inside one column widget, right? So inside this column widget we have also need to take one child widget. So now if I'm trying to take one text widget inside it, so let's give here text widget one. Let's say my name Chandudhar. Okay, and now if I save it, and you can see here my name is appeared. Okay, and you can see here one divider also coming up. If you're trying to actually see it, you need to actually using one property inside your drawer that's called the decorations. So it will take one box decorations, and inside this box decoration you can actually give your own color. If I'm trying to see the drawer header on the drawer, so let's say colors dot, let's say give here the blue. Okay, let's give here blue accent, or you can give here light blue, whatever. See, this is looks good. Let's use the light blue and see the difference between them. Light blue, now it also looks cool. Okay, so now you can see here my name is also appeared on here. If I'm trying to actually add another text inside it, so let's give here text widget, and if I'm trying to give here, let's say Flutter developer. Now if I save it, and you can see here also Flutter developer is comes up. Okay, and let's try to also give here one picture. So I'm going to go on our previous work and try to use one circle elevator. So let's use which one, let's use this one, circle elevator, and go inside our drawer widget. I'm going to just paste it on here. Okay, paste it on here, and I'm also trying to use another image, so just save it right now. And you can see here one picture is comes up. Okay, let's use another picture also. So let's go on the set image, and this have 0 1 also. So let's use this picture one also. But how I actually use them, we got some overflow problem, because okay, this is not PNG, this is JPG. So we got one overflow problem. So this is because of a high radius. So let's give here radius at 40, because our drawer header is right now, it's not actually, it's set them this fixed width and the fixed height of our drawer header. Okay, so now you can also use this my picture also. Let's say my picture, just save it, and you can see here my picture is also appear. Okay, we can also give here some text style on our text. So let's give here some style and also try to increase the font width and the font height. Okay, so let's say text style. Okay, and give here one font width. So let's say font width dot bold, and also try to give here some font size. So font size, let's give here 20 right now. Okay, then you can see here my name is, this looks now cool. And also we can give here some color. So let's give here some color. So let's say color equal to colors dot, let's say white color. Cool. So now it looks cool really. You can also change the color of here. So let's make it red accent. And now we can also give here some space between the text widgets. So for that, what you can do, we can also give here some space. So for that, you can actually using one sized box. So inside the size box, we can actually initialize here some height. So let's give here 5. And if I save it now, and we can get some space between them. So just copy this out and also give here some space between them and just save it. Now you can see on Chandudor and Flutter developer. Okay, you can also change the font style from that. Okay, now you can also use another property inside your drawer. So that's called the user. That's called user account header drawer. So this widget actually help you when you're trying to create some for creating the profile. So that actually using this kind of drawer widgets. So it have some property that's called account name. You need to give here your account name. So let's give here my account name. Let's say my name. I think it is take also one text widget. So let's give here text widget. And if I give here this text widget, it also take them. So let's give here my name, Chandudhar. And also we can copy this text widget from here and just paste it on here. Just it, because this is also same. And also try to just comment out this drawer header right now. Okay, because we are trying to cover up all the things, so that's why. So be patient. Okay, also give here one account email. So let's give here one account email. So let's say text widget, and inside that let's give here name at the rate of gmail.com, one dumb email right that. And also try to also remove this. Okay, so now let's go. Now if I save it, and you can see here Chandudor and name at the rate of gmail.com. Now you can see here right now this field is empty. So you can also add here one picture inside your drawer header. You can also see here current account picture. So it have also this property called the current account picture, and also you can actually specify here the size of your current picture. So this will take one asset image. So asset image, and inside this you can actually give here one asset image. I think it's not taking the asset image, it's take one uh, image widget. So let's say image dot asset. Yes, right. So let's give here one image. So this is from assets, and my picture, let's say chandu.jpg, and just I'm going to save it. And you can see here my picture is also appear on here, and you can also use circle avatar instead of using the image.asset. So what I can do, I am just copy this circle avatar from here, okay, and just I am going to paste it on here. Okay, okay, I think we need to also uncomment it. Okay, now our problem is gone. Okay, and you can see here circle avatar, and it looks really good now. And now what I can do, we can also give here another picture. There's another picture. If you have other picture, it's also appear on this corner. Okay, so it have another property that's called other account picture. So we can also set them. So let's say other account picture, and inside that you can also give here the circle avatar. Okay, just copy this out, and I'm going to paste it here, and also give here one image name. Let's say image 01 right now for testing purpose, and this image is also appear on here. Okay, so this is all about the drawer header part. So now you're going to actually creating the this part for the body part. So here you can actually take, you can take inside that you can take one, you can take some list style. Okay, but there should be also be in column, because we are trying to actually set them one after another. You can also taking the list view. I am taking the column widget right now. So let's say by default we actually taking inside the list view, right, inside the list view. So definitely it's this column is also be scrollable. Okay, so right now we inside our list view. So now inside the column we are taking one children. Okay, I think we got one error because of this comma. Okay, so we have one column, and inside this column I'm going to take one list style. Okay, just this list style, and inside this list style I'm taking one title, because we have some multiple number of bar. Okay, so let's give here one title, let's say text, and inside this I'm going to take one text, let's say home, and also give here one icon. So let's give here one icon, and let's using on leading, and inside the leading take one icon, or you can also set here one image. So let's use the icons dot home, let's say home, let's use home outlined, this one, and just save it now. And you can see here one list style is appear, but it's not clickable. If you're trying to make it clickable, you can actually using on tap method. Okay, you can use this on tap method, and you can see here right now it also clickable. You can see one effect is happening, also clickable. You can also give here some padding on your column. So let's give here some padding, and if I'm trying to save it, and now it looks also good. Okay, so you can also navigate to the one page to the another page using this button, because this is one kind of button, so that you can actually using navigator.push and navigator.push replacement. It's up to you, and it's your job to do that, but I am not actually trying to do that right now. So now I'm going to paste here some also list style, because I'm not trying to actually type it again and again. Okay, so that's our list style. I'm tapping here already, and you can see here home, favorite, workflow, update, plugins, and the notifications. You can also give here one divider between them, update and the plugins, so that you can actually using one another widgets in Flutter that's called divider. You can also give here width and the height of the divider. So just save it now, and you can see here one divider also coming up. Okay, you can also give here some colors of your divider. Let's give here some width. Okay, I think it will take this divider, it will take one thickness, right? So let's give here thickness. So let's give here thickness, let's give here 5 as a thickness, and if I now save it, and you can see a thickness is right now more bigger. Okay, so let's make it as 1, and now it also looks good, and you can also change it on them. Okay, so your job is to just navigate to the one page to the another page inside your on tap method. You need to actually implement them navigator.push and navigator.push replacement. Okay, just follow my video for the navigator in Flutter. So that's all about the drawer in Flutter widgets. bottom navigation bar widget in Flutter. If you see on the bottom of your application, you may see some options. So to creating these options and also the clickable, you can actually use in the bottom navigation bar. And also you can go to the one page to the another page using this bottom navigation. So now let's have a look the example and try to implement it in Flutter. So now let's have a look the bottom navigation bar widget in Flutter. So I'm taking one scaffold, and inside the scaffold it have one Appbar, and we have one text widget is called navigation bar widget. So now I'm going to take one extra property in the scaffold that's called bottom navigation bar, and this is by default by Flutter. So it will take one bottom navigation navigation bar. So this navigation bar, and it will take not one, actually it will take list of items. Okay, so inside this item we can actually give here some bottom navigation bar items. So let's say bottom navigation bar item. Okay, and this navigation bar item taking some icons. So let's give here one icon widget, and inside that I'm going to give here one icons for home. Let's say give here home outline button, and you need to also give here some title. So for that you need to actually give here one title, and this title actually taking one text widget. So let's give here home. Okay, so now if I save it, now you can see here we got some error. Items.land should be greater than 2. That's why we actually give here one item. So that's why you got this error. Just copy this out and also paste it on here. Just save it now, and you can see here bottom navigation is up and running down, home. Okay, so let's remove this gas store on my mobile phone. Okay, so now it looks cool. You can see home and home. So let's try it and try to change this. Let's say favorite. Okay, so now it changes home, favorite, and the contact. But when I try to actually click on this favorite, nothing is changes. That means this is nothing but in the active color. If you're trying to change this, you can see here it's not changes. It's not changes. Okay, so how can you actually change them? Okay, and also the pages, when you're clicking the favorite button, you need to also go on the favorite page, and if I click on the contact, I need to go on the contact pages, and also same for the home pages. So how can you actually deal with them? So for that you need to create some list of pages. Okay, we need to also create some list of pages. So for that I'm taking one list of pages. So let's take the pages of the list, and also we need to also check them how right now the index is happening here. That's mean which index that you actually selected. So for that it have another property inside our bottom navigation bar that's called on tap. Okay, this on tap, it will take one index. Okay, when you tap them, it will actually store one index. So let's give here one index, and it will store inside, it actually give here as a parameter. So we need to also change this based on our tap. Okay, so for that I am also taking another variable. So let's give here bar, let's say current index. Right now let's give here 0. Okay, and also in the bottom navigation bar it has another property that's called current index. Okay, current index, if I set to 2, and you can see here right now 2 is selected. Just a while, you can see here contact 2 is selected. So you can also change it based on our on tap functions. So for that what I'm going to do, when you actually tap them, we are going to actually change them to the change them and also store into our current index variable, this variable. So for that what I can do, you can actually using this current index. That's when we need to also just simple, we need to assign them equal to index. If I now save it and also change this to current index, because this is right now changes. But now if I save it and try to change it, you can see it's not changes. Why? Because right now state is changes, so that's why you need to also cast them. So for that I'm actually using the set state, and also make sure that your widget should be in a stateful. Okay, and you can see this is right now stateful. If you are not actually changes to the stateful, you need to also change them to the stateless to the stateful, then it will changes. Okay, so now let's save it again and now you can see your contact is selected. If I select the favorite, and you can say favorite, home, again favorite, and contact. See, now it looks really good. Okay, so you can also change the pages on your screen based on the tab. That's mean how you actually select the home page. It will actually select in the home page. If you select in the favorite, it will select in the favorite page, and also for the contact page. Okay, so it have also some property inside the bottom navigation bar. It have some color. You can also set here background color. You can give here the icon size. You can give here the selected item color. You can also give here the font size. Okay, it's up to you. Okay, you can also give here some elevations, and let's give here one background color also, and check this out. Let's give here one background color. So background color, so colors dot, let's give here red, and try to just save it and see that our background is actually uh, converted or not. And you can see it also selected. I think we have also the same Appbar color as a red, so let's convert it into green accent and save it. And you can see here it looks now cool. Favorite and contact, home, favorite, and the contact. So now based on that, we need to also change the screen. So for that, what I can do, I am going to actually create some screen for that. So let's say creating some stateless screen. So this is for home, and I'm taking one simple scaffold, or I'm taking one center widget. Okay, center widget, and inside this center widget I'm taking one child. So let's give here one child here. Let's say this our text widget, and let's say this is home. Okay, so let's do it for favorite and the contact also. So all right, so we created the three screen for home, favorite, and also the contacts. You can also create them inside your screen folder. Okay, so just I'm taking this inside the same file so that you can actually grab that easily. So now I'm going to actually create the list, and inside the list I'm going to just call this one just home, and just say favorite, and also I'm going to give here which one, that's called the contacts. Okay, so now just save it now. Okay, so now if I save changes the home and favorite and no pages comes up, so we need to also create one body. So let's say body, and inside this body we are going to actually using these pages, and based on these pages we actually go on the current page number. So this our current page, this is our current index. So now if I save it, and you can see home is appeared. If I select on the favorite, and you can see a favorite. If I select on the contacts, okay, contacts, it's not okay. I think we got one mistake. This is not changes, so that's why contacts. Okay, and it changes to the contacts. Okay, so pretty okay, see how it looks like. You can also select, you can also change the selected item color. So let's say selected icon theme, and also you can see here selected item color. So let's say colors dot, let's say black color, or let's say white color. So you can see here right now it's converting to white color. If I try to actually select them, you can see here what color it changes. And also if you are not actually interested on this text, that you are not trying to give here any kind of text, so there should be another technique to actually remove this text. So you need to actually remove this text with it. If you actually save it, you definitely get some error. Just a while, if I now save it, you can see here we got one error on here, because you need to also give here one title also, but you need to also give them. But how can I actually remove this title? That's mean how can I actually remove this label? So for that, this is the technique that I'm actually using. That's called sized box dot this one shrink. Okay, and save it. Now you can see here our text is right now gone. Okay, so just copy this out, this title, and you can also paste it on here. Just paste it on here, and also paste it on here. Okay, now you can see here our just we have icons. Okay, and we have just icons. no text is appear. You can also change the icon size. It's up to you. You can also deal with them. You can also experiment this bottom navigation bar widget. So this is all about the bottom navigation bar widget in Flutter. Stack widget in Flutter. A stack widget is a built-in widget in Flutter SDK which allows us to make a layer of widget by putting them on top of each other. If you're trying to make some layers of widget, you can actually use in the stack widget. So let's have a look one example of the stack widget. So let's assume that you have three layers. That's mean three container. So this is the first container, this is second, and this one is the third container. So if you're trying to put it one after another, that's mean top of the one after another, you can actually using the stack widget. So if you have three layer, this is the first layer, it will go on the bottom of the stack. This is go on the middle, and this is the last layer, and it will go on the top of the stack, because a stack is one kind of data structure, and it's follow the LIFO. That's mean last in, first out. That's mean this is the last one, and it will out the first. So if you are trying to change the position of your widget, you can use another widget that's called position widget. So if you're trying to change the position of your widget inside the stack, you can wrap this widget inside one position widget. On the position widget, it has some few property like top, bottom, left, and the right. Using this property, you can change your position. So now let's have a look the example of stack widget in Flutter. So now let's have a look the example of a stack widget in Flutter. So I'm creating one scaffold, and inside this scaffold I have one Appbar and also one text widget, and this text widget contain one string called a stack widget. So now I'm going to take one body inside our scaffold. So let's say take one body, and now I'm going to take one container widget, and inside the container widget I'm going to taking the stack widget, right? So let's say container, and inside this container I'm taking one child, and inside the child I'm taking one stack widget, right? Just save it. Now you can see nothing is happening here. No, actually nothing is appeared on here. So now inside the child it will take children, and this stack is also one position widget. You can also change your position of your widget. So now I'm going to take three container inside our stack. So let's say take three container inside our stack with having some width and the height and also the color. So let's give here width as a 250 and also give here the height. So let's say also 250 and also give here on color. So let's give here also color. So let's say color equal to colors dot, let's say give here red color. Okay. And just copy this out and paste it for 3 times. Okay, cool. Let's also change this color also. Let's say green accent. Also let's try to make it red accent also, and this one let's make it at blue accent. Okay, cool. Now let's save it, and you can see here blue color is appeared, and because this is the width and the height of the container is same, so we need to also make it small so that we can also see it. So this is our first container. This is actually go on the bottom of the stack, and this is the top of the stack. So let's try to also decrease the width and the height of the container so that we can actually see the container, which one is actually top and which one inside the bottom. So let's say 150, and also let's make it as 150. Let's save it now. Now you can see here this is our first container, this one second, and this one the third. The stack is actually help us to create one kind of layer. So to creating the layer, we can actually using the stack widget. So let's make it center also. So to do that, it have one property inside the container to alignment. So let's say alignment dot, let's make it center. You can also wrap this container inside the center widget also. And now you can see here the stack widget, that's mean this container comes on the center. So that's why taking the container, and that's why I am using inside the stack widget here. Okay, so now let's talk about some property inside our stack widget. See, this is one kind of layer. This is the first, this is the second, and this is the third. But if you see it, this is the first one. That's mean this is the first layer, and this second, and this one is the third. That's mean top of the stack is the last element of the container. Okay. So now we can also take one text widget inside our container. So to do that, we actually using one text widget. So let's give here one string here. Let's say give here hello Chandu. Okay, let's save it now. And you can see hello Chandu is appeared here. We can also change this text direction. So to do that, we actually using the text direction, and using the text direction.ltr, or you can use rtl. Just use the ltr. That's mean this is called left and the top and the right. Okay, just save it, and it is not actually changes here. Just a while again, save it. It's right now in the left top and the right corner. If I try to change this to rtl, if I now save it, and it will go on this right corner. Okay, and also our text container widget also. Cool. So just comment out these lines also, and also the text widget. So it have another property that's called alignment. Okay, inside the stack. Okay, you can also make it alignment using the position widget. So later on we also see it. So let's say alignment dot, if I try to make it center, we can also use the center widget, not widget, center property. You can see here right now all the container is actually comes up in the center. If I try to make it as, let's say, bottom center, it will go on the bottom center. Yep, see how it's cool. If I try to make it as right center, or that's mean top right, if I try to make it top right, it will go on the top right corner. If I try to make it as left, that's been our top left or bottom left. Let's make it as the center left. If I save it now, it will go on the center and it will left it, right? See how it actually looks like. You can also give here the alignment using this property. Okay, it have another property that's called fit. So you can actually using one stack fit. Okay, so let's say stack fit, which, where is it? A stack fit dot. You can use those property here. So expand, loss, and the pass through. Let's use expand and save it, and it will expanding the top of the widget. That's in top widget of the stack. That's mean this blue FN actually make it expandable. So that's why. So let's use the another property that's called loss. So let's use this loss and see the difference. So nothing is happened here. Okay, if I save it now, nothing is happened. And if I try to use the pass through, that's this pass through, and also nothing is here. When actually using this expand, it will try to expand this stack that's on top of the stack inside your container. So let's also comment out these lines also. And it's also have another property that's called clip behavior and also the overflow. To understand this, we need to also using the position widget. So let's try to position it. Let's try to position it on the bottom side. So to actually make it bottom side, we can actually using this position widget. We need to click on this container and wrap with one widget. So that's called position widget. If you're trying to position your widget out inside your container, you can also using this position widget. So stack is also one position widget. You can actually give here any kind of position. So let's give here the position. It will go on the bottom and the left side. So to do that, it actually we need to give here using the property that's called bottom. So if I try to use the bottom 0, it will go on the bottom. That's mean this bottom. And if I try to use the left 0, that's mean it will go on the left and bottom 0. Left 0 and bottom 0, that's mean it will go on the left eats and also the bottom eats. Okay, that means actually cross them. So if I take it minus, let's say if I using the minus property, it will go out, but we cannot see it. Okay, if I using this bottom -2 and also the left 20, we cannot see it. See, we cannot see it, but it will gone. If I actually this whole container, if I try to actually increase it, so let's increase this 100 and also try to increase this 100 and save it now. And you can see here it's increase the size. That's mean actually go out, but it not show. So this is called overflow problem. So to remove this problem, we can use one property inside our stack widget that's called overflow. Okay, overflow. So this property will actually help us to show it your container outside your container. That's mean this container. So overflow, you can see here one card sign because I am using the latest version of Flutter. I'm using Flutter 2.5.3. In some cases, this property is not available, but it is still work. So instead of using the overflow, you can also use another property that's called clip behavior. So let's use the overflow now. So it will take one overflow. So let's use the overflow dot visible. So now if I save it, and you can see here, this is the overflow one. So if I try to actually remove this and save it, and you don't see anything here outside the container, because this is the parent container. So if I now uncomment this, and you can see here, you can also show it. Okay, so instead of using the overflow.visible, you can actually use in the clip behavior also. So let's use the clip behavior. It will take one clip widget. So let's say clip dot, let's use the anti alias. Let's save it now, and you can see anything here right now. You're going to see anything here. So let's use another property. Let's say clip dot. So let's use the none property and just save it now, and you can see here it's shown up. Okay, so this is all about the stack widget in Flutter. So you can do the research using this stack widget and do some higher level designing using the stack widget. So now let's have a look how can you clone the WhatsApp using Flutter. So I already create one Flutter project and named it as WhatsApp clone. And you can see here this is main.dart file. So now what I can do, I am going to remove this class from here and also remove the comment from my main.dart file. Okay, just remove this comment. And also I am going to click on here and create one folder and name the folder as screen. Okay, and inside this folder I'm going to take one dart file. So let's make it as WhatsApp UI.dart, and I'm going to import here material package, and also I'm going to create one stateful widget because I'm going to change the state here. So that's why I'm going to take this stateful widget. So let's say WhatsApp UI, and I'm going to copy this WhatsApp UI class and go on the main.dart file, and I'm going to just paste it on here, and also remove the constant and also the constructor because it's not actually required any constructor, and also click this ball button and import the library from here. That's in this package. Save it, and also the WhatsApp UI. Okay, so now you can see here this is right now one black screen, so that we can actually take one scaffold now. Okay, if I now save it, and you can see here white screen is appeared here. Okay, so now we are going to clone the WhatsApp, right? So in WhatsApp there should be one tab view, that's been TabBar. So inside this TabBar we have 4 tabs. So definitely we need to create one TabBar, and also we have one Appbar. So let's create our Appbar here. So let's say Appbar, and it will take one Appbar widget, and let's give here one Appbar name. So inside the Appbar it will take actually one title, right? So let's say app, and this is bar, and it will take one title, right? So inside this title it will take one text widget. So let's make it into full. Okay, it will take one text widget, right? So inside this text widget, let's give here one name. Let's say WhatsApp clone, and just save it. And you can see here WhatsApp clone is appeared on here. So we can also change this Appbar background color. So for that I'm going to use the property that's called background color, and it will take one colors. So let's give here colors dot, let's say green. So let's use the green accent and just save it now, and it will convert it into the green accent color. We can also give here the hex code. So for that what I can do, I can use the simple color, and I need to give here 0 cross ff, and also paste here the hex code of the color. So I'm going to paste here one hex code and just save it. And this is the hex code for actual WhatsApp color, green color. Okay, this is the hex code, and also you can see here this is the color is also appeared on here. Okay, so now what I can do, we can create one tab bar, right? So to create the tab bar, it always inside our app bar, right? So for that I'm going to take one bottom, and inside this bottom I'm taking one tab bar, right? Okay, so this is tab, and we need the tab bar. Inside this tab bar, it have a list of tabs. So we can actually give here 4 tabs. First one for camera, second one for chat, and third one for status, and fourth one for calls. So let's give here some tab. So it's tab. This tab also takes some string also, and also icon. Okay, we can also give here the margin. But for camera, we just going to give here the icon. So let's give here the icon, icons dot camera. Let's give here ALT, this one. Okay, we got one error because this icon take one widget, so definitely we need to give here inside our icon widget. Okay, just wrap it that down and just save it now. And our tab bar is not created because no tab controller for tab bar. We need to also give here one controller, so that's why I need to click on the scaffold and just click on the ball button, wrap with one widget, and give here the tab controller. That's called default tab controller. Okay, default tab controller. Again the error, because the error is coming up because you need to also give here the length of your tab bar. So let's give here length as the 4 because we have 4 tabs. So just copy this out, the tabs, and also paste it on here for the third 3 times. Okay, cool. We need to also give here the comma here. Okay, okay, this one, and also here. Okay, so in it have icon, but it's not have any icon, it just have text widget. So let's give here text, and also let's check this out, that okay, it's actually taking one string, it's not taking the widget. So let's give here for chats. Okay, and also one error, remove this bracket because we don't need that. And also just copy this text and just paste it on here, and also do the same thing for here. Okay, so just make it as status, and this one for calls. Just save it now. Okay, now it looks good. The camera, the chats, and also the status and the calls, right? That's cool. We can also change this color. We can also change this color to the white color. So what you can do, we can actually using the color property inside our tab bar. So let's say color. So you can see here label color, overlay color, indicator color. So let's use the label color. So let's say colors. Okay, colors dot, let's say use the white color. Okay, if I using the white color, it is not changes. I think we need to change the indicator color. Okay, because this is one kind of indicator, so that's why you need to actually using this indicator color. So just copy and paste it on here and just save it now. Now you can see it changes to the white color, right? See how it looks like. So now what you can do, we can now creating one tab bar view. Okay, because you need to also show that which page is actually all right now appeared on here. So to do that, we need to also go on the scaffold and go and create one body, and inside this body we are going to create one tab bar view, this tab bar view, and inside this tab bar view it will take multiple number of children you need to give here. So we need to create 4 screen for that. First one for camera, then chats, then status, and also the for the calls. So for that, what I can do, I can create the 3 screen for first one for camera dot, let's say dirt, and second one for chat. So let's say chats dot dirt, and another one for status. Let's say status dot dirt, and final one for calls dot dirt. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to create one stateful class. Okay, let's import the material package and also create one stateful class. Let's make a stateful widget and let's make it as camera, and also just change this to the container to the scaffold, and it doesn't have any Appbar because we actually give here the Appbar already, so we don't need any Appbar inside our container. So I'm going to take one body here and inside this body I'm taking one center widget, and inside that I taking one child, and let's give here the text widget inside it, and also let's make it as camera, and also give here some style of our chat, of our camera text. So let's give here one text style, and inside this text style let's give here one font to it. So let's give here font to it, let's say font width dot bold, font width dot bold, and also give here one font size. So let's give here one font size, let's make it as 24. Okay, now it's cool. Okay, I think we have one bracket mistake, right? Okay, so our problem is solved right now. Okay, so let's create it for also the calls, chat, and also for the status. So all right, we created the screen for status, chats, and also camera, and also for the calls. Okay, so now it's time to call them inside our TabBar view. So for that, I'm going to go on my WhatsApp UI dart, and inside the child ran, we are going to actually paste it. Let's say call it here first camera. This camera, okay, sorry. And then we have our chats. Okay, that's our chats. And then we have our status, this status, and then we have our calls. Okay, these calls, and just right now save it. Okay, right now you can see here we are right now in calls, and if I actually scroll it, and you can see here right now we are in the status page, and if I scroll it now we are in chat page, and if I actually scroll it, and now you can see here we are in camera page. Okay, cool. So now what I can do, we can also add here one floating action button. So to do that, we need to go on our screen. So let's do it for fast chats. So just go on the chat. So now we are going to create the floating action button, and floating action button is also available on the scaffold. So to do that, actually we need to using this property. So floating action button, and it will take one widget that's called floating action button. And inside that we have one function that's been unpressed function, because in every button there should be one function. Okay, and also it have one property that's called child. Okay, this is not active property also. So let's give here child, and inside the child we can actually give here one icon, because floating action button also required one icon. Okay, so that's the icons dot, we have the icon for chat, right? So let's use the chat one and just save it now. Okay, so you can see here floating action button is also appear with icons. So now we can also change this floating action button color. So I think it also have the background color property, so we can also do that. Let's use the background color. We can copy the background color from our WhatsApp UI. Okay, this one, because this is the actual color. So I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to paste it on here. Okay, I think we have 2 commas, just remove it one, and now you can see here our the icon, that's been our floating action button is converted into the green color. Okay, that's been this color. So you can do it for all cases, status, and also for the calls. So what you can do, you can just copy this one and go on the calls and just paste it, and also change the icon. Let's make it for calls. Okay, this is call, right? It is call, and another one for our status, and just make it as camera alt button, camera alt, alt, and just save it now. So this is our camera, this is our chats, this is our status. See, icon is also changed, and this is for our calls. See how it looks like? Really, it looks cool now. Cool. So now to remove this debug show check banner, we can also do that. We need to go on main.dart file and also type here debug show check banner mode equal to false. If I now save it and debug show check banner is right now gone. We can also give here two icon button here. Okay, so for that we need to go on our WhatsApp UI, and inside our scaffold it have one property that's called action. Okay, this is not inside our scaffold, this is inside our Appbar, right? So to do that we need to actually using the property that's called action, and inside this we can actually give here two button. So let's say icon button, let's give here two button that's called icon button, and it will take one unpressed function and also one icon. This icon actually taking one widget, so that's why you need to also give here the widget. And let's give here icons dot search one first. First we have the icon for search, and second one for menu. So let's use this one first and try to see that that is changes. Yep, search icon is also comes up. And now we have the another icon button for menu. So to do that, just paste it, and this is called more belt. More this is for belt. Yeah, this one, and just save it. Okay, and this icon will comes up. Yeah, that's cool. Our icon is also comes. Now it looks like the WhatsApp. Okay, see how it looks like. So now what I can do, we can actually design our chats now. So to do that, we need to create one model to actually load the data from here. So to do that, what I can do, I need to go on here and I need to create one folder, and that's folder called models. And actually I am using the MVC framework, that's in model, view and the controller. When actually do the Flutter projects, I actually create three folder: models, view, and also the controller. But we don't need right now controller, we are just designing the UI, so that's why I'm actually creating two folder: models and another one for screen, right? So what I can do now, I can create the model. So let's say we are creating the model for chats. Let's say chat model dot dirt. And now I'm going to create one class for chat model. So let's say chat model. So this chat model actually take a for value, because in our chat we have name, we have the message, and we have the time, and also we have the image. That's been our icon. That's been image of the person. Okay. So for that I am taking some variable here. Let's say final string. So first one for name, and also take the variable for also the message. Let's say give here message, and another one for time. So let's also take it as string, because we can also show it. So let's say time, and also taking another variable for actually image. You can actually give here the image as a string format also. Later on we can actually actually we can grab the image from the internet, so that's why. So we can create one constructor of that. So let's create one constructor, and also call this out. Let's say this dot name, and it will give us an error. Why this error? Let's try to click this ball button and record this one, because it will actually take one record. It's actually new in Flutter new version, so that's why it's actually taking the records. So let's say this dot also message, and also use this for this dot time, and also use for this dot image, right? And also use this record keyword before the all parameter. Just passed it. Now our error is gone. Cool. So now we can create one list, and inside this list we can actually fetch the data. So for that, what I can do, we can actually create one list of our dummy data, and this will actually containing all the data based on our chat model. So I am going to paste here some code inside it, so that our time should be consumed. So I'm going to paste here some code. Okay. See, we take one list, and this list type is nothing but our chat model, because it's this list is looks like that. And also create one variable for the, let's say, dummy data, and inside that as the constructor we actually pass here our value: name, message, time, and the image path. And you can see here I created so many. So that's our model. So now we need to also load the model and also fetch the data from here. So to do that, what I can do, I need to go on the chat.dart file, this file. We are going to load and also show it on our screen. So to do that, we need to also create one body. So we have already created our body. So I am going to first remove this center widget from here, and I'm going to take one listview.builder. So why listview.builder? How you can actually fetching the data from one source like API, you can actually using the listview.builder. So this builder will take one item builder. So let's say context, and also let's give here the index. And we need to also return here something. I'm going to return here one list style. You can also return here cart. It's up to you. Let's return here one list style. Okay. And also give here one item count. So let's give here the item count. So item count is nothing but same as our model. Okay, let's use dummy data.length. This dummy data is mean actually on our chat model. If I go on my chat model, you can see here this is the dummy data that's our list need. We actually trying to access it from here. And if I go on our chat, you can see here it automatically importing this chat model inside our model folder, right? So now what you can do, we access our length of our dummy data. If I now save it, okay, if I now save it, you can see here nothing is happening here. You don't see anything because our list style is right now empty. If I actually using one title inside it, let's use one title, and let's say one text widget inside it. So let's say my name, let's say Chandu, and if I now save it, and you can see here Chandu, okay, right? Because based on the length of our chat model, it will try to print it. So now how can we access the data from our chat model? That's our chat list here. That's mean this list. How can you actually access them? Yes, we can actually access them easily. So just go on our chats again, and now let's see how can you access them. So to access them, we can use our dummy data, and based on our index, we're going to call which one. We're going to actually show our name on our title, right? So right now it will give us error because this title actually taking one widget, text widget. So we need to also wrap it inside our text widget, and then our problem is solved. Just save it now, and you can see here just while Chandu, Thanos, Captain America, Doctor Strange, Tony Stark, Thor, Spider-Man, Hulk, and also comes up. So if I go on here and check the chat model, you can see here all the names. Okay. We can also use this image. So let's use this image one also. Okay, so to do that, we need to actually using the property that's called leading, and inside this leading, I actually using the circle elevator, and inside that it have one background image. So let's give here the network image because I actually give here the image as a link. So that's why. So let's say dummy data, and based on the index, we're going to actually show our image. So let's say image, and just save it now, and it will reload the image just a while. Yep. You can see here circle elevator is created, and it will take few time to actually load it because it's loading from the internet. That's why. Okay. See, now it looks cool. Chandu, Thanos, Captain America. Actually, I tried it from here using this WhatsApp clone, right? Okay. We need to also give here one subtitle. So inside our subtitle, we actually give here our message, right? So to do that, let's say text widget, and also let's say dummy data, and inside this we actually give here the index, and also going to give here the message, right? Now let's save it, and message is also comes up. Cool. We can also give here one trailing. Inside our trailing, we actually give here our time. Okay, right? So we can give here as a text format because we actually initialize it in a string. So let's give here index and dot which one time, simple time, and just save it. And also you can see here our times is also comes up. Cool. Now it's really looks like the WhatsApp clone. Okay, and you can see status and also the calls. We can also change the icon, not icon, actually change the font. So I'm going to show here how can you actually using the Google font here. So to do that, you can actually using the PubSpec assist extension to actually installing the package. This means external package. You don't need to go on the pub.dev to actually searching the package. So just open your command palette, Control Shift and P, and you can see here actually using one extension is VS Code that is called PubSpec Assist. Just enter and search your package name, let's say Google Fonts, okay, and it will actually added this package inside our projects. Okay, I think I got some error here because I am actually using Flutter 2.5.3 and this is not actually compatible with my version, so that's why I need to use one version. So let's go on the pubspec.yaml, okay, and let's use 2.2.0 because this version is compatible with me, okay, because right now Flutter is updated, so that's why this package is also updated. So there is another way to actually get this package. You can go on the Google and search for pub.dep and search from the Google fonts from here. Let's go here. So just go on Google and search for pub.get and you can see this is the first link appear here, pub.dep. Okay, just go on here, search for Google Fonts and you can see here, let's search it. And inside that you can actually give here the Google Fonts. Okay, you can see Google Fonts. You just need to click on here and you can see they're actually talking about the installation process. So you need to just copy this one. You can run it on your command prompt. Also, you can add it on your pubspec.yml file. If you're trying to use some external package from pub.det, you can actually go this website and search for your package and you can actually using here. Okay, so now let's go on the code again. So now we added our library, that's been our external package from pub.dep. So now we can use this Google Fonts inside our projects. So let's use this one main.dirt and go on here and use one property that's called text theme. Okay, text theme. So this text theme take the Google Fonts. So let's say Google Fonts dot. It will have so many text theme. So let's use one property that's in the text theme inside our Google font that's called Poppins text theme. Make sure that you actually using the text theme, not actually Poppins text like that. So I am actually using the Poppins text theme inside our whole application. So for todo that you need to use the theme.up and also you need to use dot text theme. Okay, text theme. So this is the users of the Google Fonts in our whole application. So if I now save it and our whole that's when our whole font is changes to this Poppins text theme. Okay, just a while, it will take few time to halt reload the applications, but it will work. Okay, so this is all about the WhatsApp UI clone. I am not going to do the status and also for the calls because status and calls are mostly same as the chat. So it's your assignment to do that, to do the status and also the chat. So I'm not going to do the status and the call space. So it's your assignment to do that. So just do it and also post it on our Facebook group. Thanks for watching this full Flutter course for absolute beginner in deep dive. So now you are able to make one simple application using Flutter. So Knowledge Doctor is also planning for to making the advanced course for Flutter. So do subscribe our YouTube channel, like and comment our video. Keep support Knowledge Doctor. Share with your friends and encourage me to actually making some more amount of tutorial and more amount of free courses. Tata and bye bye. Keep praying.